Recording started. 9 a.m., December 20th, 2024. We are here present for day two of our appeal hearing. Hearing examiner case number hex 2024-011A and also B. Parties being the city as the only pure respondent to appeals from Warner Street Amici House LLC and North Tacoma Neighbors United. Looks like we have counsel from all parties present, and not as many people as yesterday on the participants list, but still quite a few. And I will just note again, most of you, as you entered the room, turned off your video and your audio, and that's great. There are a couple that I turned off for you. No offense intended there, but we just want the parties on the screen or their representatives at this point. And if you do have a speaking role later, we will get you on the screen and unmuted at that point. So we left off yesterday. We had concluded with the testimony of Michael Reed, and we were ready to move on to the applicant's next witness. Before we do that, any questions, procedural matters that have come up over the evening that we need to address before we get started back into presentations? Mr. Hinman?
I did want to briefly touch back on the issue of how we're planning to handle closing argument that I think we discussed at the end of the day yesterday. Yep. As I recall, the applicant had proposed doing closing through written post-hearing briefs. NTNU has no objection to that, and we would agree to that procedure. The one concern I would have is I know the examiner had mentioned you had some questions you wanted answered about the legal arguments. I think that was at the status conference when we were discussing the summary judgment motions that had been filed. So I was going to suggest perhaps the parties field questions about the existing briefing from the examiner and then submit full closing arguments in written form.
And that would certainly be fine, a fine approach to me. Mr. Karpman's expression indicates he may not necessarily be agreeing with what you characterized as his approach to things yesterday.
I may have misunderstood.
But we need him to tell us first, whether my expression reading is on with that or not. Mr. Karpman?
I've never been accused of having a good poker face, Mr. Examiner. I may not have expressed myself clearly yesterday. I don't think it was my intention to propose written briefing per se. I certainly agree with Mr. Hinman that we would appreciate the opportunity to answer questions. And after thinking about it over the evening, we would actually be fine with oral closings. I think the examiner has a good amount of paper in this case. That said, if another party feels strongly about written closings, we would not object.
Mr. Victor, do you want to weigh in on that?
Mr. Examiner, I have no strong feelings. I think the approach of answering any residual legal questions and then, post or closing via writing is fine with the city.
All right. And I'm still inclined to just reserve on that until we get to that point, seeing where we are, when everything else is wrapped up. I do hope to do just a little bit of sort of oral argument like questioning on some of the legal issues. Obviously, I didn't think things were clear cut and suitable for summary dispensation with it on the motions. So why we're here. And I do have a couple of questions probably that I will still want to ask legal counsel at the end of things. I don't anticipate that taking a whole lot of time, and then we'll decide what we want to do with closings at that point. My thinking at this point on whether we do written closing arguments or not would kind of be, is there something new to add at this point through a written closing argument that hasn't been put to paper and that hasn't been argued to this point already and isn't in the record? And it's highly possible that there might be, because we're going to have 2 full days of testimony that have been added to the mix that weren't part of everything when we briefed the motions and when the parties submitted their pre-hearing briefs. So there's a possibility that might be the case, but I think we all need to be realistic about it when we get to that point and say, is there really something new to say through written closing arguments at this point? And if there is, that's fine. I have no problem doing written closing arguments. If there's not, and we can do sort of 10 minutes aside to our three-sided triangle oral closing arguments, then that's fine. But we'll address that when we get there. It's good to be thinking about it again. So thanks, Mr. Hinman, for bringing that up this morning so we can all have that in the forefront of our minds while we move on through presentations again. Is there anything else that we need to address this morning before we move on to the applicant's next witness? Anything
That
from
was
you,
it for me.
That's it for you, Mr. Hinman? Okay.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
Nothing from the city, thank you.
All good still? All right. Okay, so let's move on then to the city's next witness. Who do we have, Mr. Carpenter?
The applicant's next witness is Justin Goro.
Okay, I assume because he was trying to get on the screen, but I send him back off into oblivion and we'll retrieve him from there now. So. Okay. Mr. Goro, would you raise your right hand on the screen, please? You swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Carpman.
Good morning, Mr. Goro. Could you please start by just stating and spelling your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Justin Goro, Justin Goroch, and for the sake of pronunciation, you can think of it like Zorro with a G.
Thank you. Mr. Goro, I am showing you a copy of R21, which is your resume. Could you please give us a brief summary of your education and professional experience and licenses?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. I am a licensed professional engineer in this state with a little over 20 years of experience in site civil, land development type engineering and consulting.
Thank you. And it says here you are a licensed professional engineer in the state of Washington.
That is correct.
Thank you. What was your role in the project that we're discussing today?
I was and am the stamping civil engineer, and I also helped oversee some of the land use components, and I believe our firm was the one to gather and actually submit for the conditional use permit.
And can you tell me a little bit more about the work that Axia and that also that BCRA did on this project and your role with each of those companies?
Happy to help clarify that. This project first came to BCRA, I believe, in early 2023. And at that time, I was still an employee there. Subsequent to that, in November of that year, I left to start a new civil engineering firm with a partner, and that firm is Axia Civil, where we are at today. And so I started with the project as a BCRA employee in early 2023 and continued involvement once I changed companies from BCRA to Axia and am still involved. That's why you might see my name on two different types of documents, one with BCRA letterhead, one with Axia letterhead. Is that clear enough?
Yeah, and so is BCRA still involved in the project?
Yes, I believe they are. They are the architect, at least.
Thank you. And we'll be going through Exhibit C3, which was the site plan attachment to the decision a little bit in a moment, but just while we're on this subject, would it basically be correct to understand Axia as civil engineer is responsible for the site plan on the first page of that document with the exterior improvements, and BCRA as the architect responsible for the internal renovations shown throughout the rest of that?
That is a good, succinct summary. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Goro, I wanted to start by just going through quickly a couple of the physical features of the site and the project as we're going to discuss. So I'm going to start by asking you just about in Exhibit C4 on page 8, there's an aerial view of the project site with a blue dashed line outlining it and some of the surrounding streets. And can you just tell us a bit about what this is showing about the project site and surroundings?
This is showing the general vicinity of the subject project site, with the project site, like you highlighted, in the northwest corner of that block.
Thank you. And again, just collecting some visual descriptions back on page 1 of Exhibit C4, we've got 2 side-by-side photographs. Are those showing the existing church building?
They are.
And are there any, or could you just point out some of the features of the building that are shown here?
On the of the building or of the site?
Both,
Okay.
or either. Both. Thanks.
On the left-hand, the picture on the left-hand side, the facade that has the cross on it, there's a sidewalk that fronts, I believe that's North 24th. On the other side, the longer side that's facing North Warner Street, you'll see one of the entries, and then there is kind of a black handrail that gives ramp access for ADA accessibility to what we've been calling the first floor, which is the ground floor level. On the right-hand side, kind of the more whitish or cream portion, that is the southerly part of the building that fronts the alley. You can kind of see there's a white railing that provides a ramp or access. Actually, I don't think it's a ramp. I think it's just access down to what we're calling the basement level. And then to the right of that photograph, where you see kind of the gray, that's a gravel existing parking area.
Thank you. And so in that right-hand photograph, you said the alley is shown on the left-hand side, and that's the alley where the parking lot does and will continue to take vehicular access. Is that right?
That is correct.
Moving over to Exhibit R10, which is a collection of depictions from Google Street View. And I'm just going to page 3. Is this a view from the street level of that Warner Street frontage that you were just describing earlier?
That is correct.
And at page 4, is this a view a little bit further to the south, showing a direct view into the alley that we were just talking about?
On the right-hand side, that's correct.
And then finally, on page 5 of this exhibit, what is this view showing?
That view is showing the view from North 24th looking south. The church building is on the right, and the greenish gray parking area is to the left.
Thank you. Mr. Gora, I now want to ask you some questions about the project as planned, and a little more about the building and the plans that we've been talking about on decision in the decision, Exhibit C1 at page 2. You may have heard Ms. Kane yesterday describe the first 2 items on this page under proposal as a core or general description of the use that's being permitted here and the proposed work that's being done. Would you agree with that as a summary of those elements of this proposal?
Yes, I agree with that.
And It looks like I don't have it loaded yet. Sorry. It's taking a second to come up. In Exhibit C3, there it is on page 1. As you just described, this page is essentially showing an exterior site plan for the project. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you walk us through some of the elements of what this is showing?
I'm going to start from the right-hand side of the page or the screen and then kind of try to work my way to the left in somewhat logical order.
Thanks.
On the
And let me know
right-hand,
if you'd like me to move around or zoom in.
okay. On the right-hand side, there is the proposed parking lot, which is roughly in the same place as the existing parking lot. It is striped, and just to the north of that, excuse me, just backing up, that parking lot, like you said, Mr. Cartman, does take access from the existing alley. To the north of the parking lot, there is an area designated for open space. To the immediate left of the parking lot is the existing building. And then to the left of that existing building, kind of running north-south, which is up and down on the page or the screen, is a new proposed sidewalk. To the left of that is new proposed on-street parking. And then to the north of that, there is a proposed upgrade to a street crossing that would be the southern leg of the intersection crossing east-west along North Warner Street. And those will provide a crossing meeting ADA accessibility standards.
Thank you. So I want to ask you about a few of those things in more detail. So first, you mentioned access from the alley. We can see that access shown at the bottom right hand of this graphic at the south end of the project site. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the parking lot, as it will exist as shown on this site plan, is that the size and the number of spaces is reduced from what it currently is. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
And that's to or at least will have the effect of making room for this 20% of the site as open yard space just to the north of that, which is one of the conditions required in the city's decision. Is that right?
That's correct.
You had pointed out on the photograph we were looking at earlier a white railing at the south end of the building that provides access to the basement that's accessible. Do we see her on the site plan at the bottom that access is to be removed, and then on the right-hand side of the building with an arrow that access will be replaced by what's described here as new accessible ramp from parking area to lower level?
That is correct.
Did you hear
my realtor for thingy to this
Hang on,
morning?
somebody's,
You can come with us, and we're going to a really cute place that has fat.
yeah. Make your plans on your own time, please. Keep your mics muted. Thank you.
on the left side of the building, Mr. Goro, where you had pointed out the black railing? Is that the area that's being shown or described, I guess, with an arrow here and the words existing accessible ramp leading to entrance will remain?
That's correct.
Did you hear Mr. Reed yesterday describe how the new angled parking stalls are replacing what are currently, he described as 5 existing parallel parking spaces, so for a net gain of 3 street parking spaces?
Yes, I did hear that.
And is that what's being shown here?
Yes, that is.
Thank you. And then when you say that the new curb ramps will be ADA accessible, what does that mean?
It means compliant with the American, what's the acronym?
Americans with Disabilities Act?
Thank you. Americans with Disabilities Act. There are standards regarding the slope, having landings, and then a technical term, truncated domes, but it's the little bumps that are usually colored yellow that give a visual and a tactile sense that the pedestrian is about to enter a street.
And you described those as the ramps on the southerly leg of the intersection. So that's what's shown on this site plan with the arrows and the words new curb ramps.
That is correct.
Thank you. On the subject of curb ramps, I wanted to go to the decision at page 16, Exhibit C1, where conditions 7 and 10 here refer to curb ramps. Condition 7 talks about ADA compliant curb ramps being constructed on the south leg of North 24th and North Lawrence Street. Are those the ramps that you were just describing?
No, they are not.
Where are those ramps?
Those ramps are about a block or so to the east of the subject site.
And don't have while I pull up the map, can you tell us more about that? Where is that and why is that happening?
Those are on the south side of North 24th Street, and there is that current leg, or that current ramp on the south leg of the intersection. It currently is non-compliant. So the idea is that will be upgraded to provide an accessible route from the subject site to the nearest bus stop, which I believe is close to the intersection of North 24th and Alder.
So just for a visual description, I'm looking here at Exhibit R9, page 10, the map of trip distribution, just because it shows the street grid that we were talking about with Mr. Reed yesterday. And so you're saying that one block essentially to the east of the project site here at the intersection of Lawrence and 24th, the project will also be installing curb ramps, even though those are not directly adjacent to the project site.
Curb ramps on the southerly leg of that intersection going east-west across North Lawrence Street. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And then going back to the decision, condition number 10, what is that condition requiring?
That condition requires the curb ramps we discussed previously on the intersection of North 24th and North Warner that are shown on the site plan that we talked about.
And you described those as ADA compliant. Do you know why it says non-compliant curb ramps abutting the site shall be constructed?
My guess is what that is trying to direct us towards is if there are non-compliant ramps in the current condition, those need to be brought up to standard. That is a pretty standard requirement in my years permitting projects in the city of Tacoma and in other jurisdictions. So to keep going on that, we're proposing to upgrade the southerly leg of that intersection because it's non-compliant. We are not proposing to upgrade the easterly leg, which runs north-south across North 24th because it currently meets the standard.
So that ramp that you were just referring to, is that shown on the site plan, Exhibit C3, page 1, with the words existing ramp to remain recently installed?
Yes, it is.
And perhaps we could understand the new curb ramps as non-compliant ramps that are being reconstructed according to ADA standards.
That is a very fair way to say it, yes.
And that's shown on the site plan, and that's what the project will be doing.
Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about one or two other conditions. First, I guess just identifying here on page 15 of Exhibit C1, Condition 3, talking about 20% of the site as open space. That's what we were talking about with the yard space that's being located in what's currently part of the parking lot. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then what is condition number 4 requiring?
Condition number 4 requires a landscaping buffer with a 5-foot width is installed along the easterly property line between the border of our site and the neighbor directly to the east. And it also, I'm sorry, go ahead. It also says a 6-foot tall fence must be placed along that property line.
Thank you. And I'm now pulling up Exhibit R7. And what's this document?
This is what I'd characterized as a preliminary landscape plan.
Would we maybe understand this as a draft document?
By the big red letters saying draft on that? Yeah, that's accurate.
Thank you. And in this draft document, does this depict, first in that open space area that we were talking about, some of what might be done there in terms of landscaping?
Yeah, you characterized that correctly, what might be done.
And does this also show, I guess, does this specifically show the landscaped border that you were just describing?
No, it does not.
What does it show?
It doesn't show much of anything in that area
And why is that?
because it's a draft, it's preliminary, and the landscape plan will be required to be submitted with the site development permits and or the building permits.
And is it accommodating space for that condition? In other words, is this landscape plan consistent with those conditions that we just described with the details to be worked out in the future?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm now going back to Exhibit C3, and I wanted to ask you about if I can manipulate my documents correctly, ask you about the interior of the building. So I'm going first to page 2, and this is described on this page as the basement floor plan. And over on the right, we can see that as you described earlier, this is a document from BCRA showing plans for interior renovations and trying to compromise between making the text big enough to read and showing the graphic that we're looking at. I can move around as you're describing it, but can you walk us through a bit of what this is showing about the current plans for the interior?
I'll start on the south or the bottom of the screen. There's a series of bedrooms or rooms that will contain beds. In the middle, there's a staircase, an entry, and then bathroom, showers, changing rooms. Just to the north of that, a shared fitness room and a kitchen. To the north or up from that, a community room. And then on the northerly end of the building, shared laundry, a bedroom, bathroom. Actually, I think there's 2 bathrooms there.
Thank you. And on the right side of the wall, on what looks like 2 parallel lines with triangles in between them, is that showing that new ramp to the basement area that you described earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Moving now to page 3 of this Exhibit C3, which is described in the lower left as the first floor plan. So this is the ground floor or main level. Can you please give the same descriptions of what this is showing?
Starting again at the south and then working my way north. At the south of the bottom of the page, there is another series of rooms to have beds located in them. Then just to the north of that, there's there's another bathroom and more changing rooms and showers with an entry to the north 24th, no, sorry, that's North Warner Street on that side. North of that, there is a sanctuary. And then to the north of that is what's located right now is the resident advisor apartment with a bathroom. And then just to the left or to the west of that is the existing entrance with the ADA accessible ramp.
And as I think it's described elsewhere in the application, this is the idea here is that the resident advisor apartment will essentially be full living quarters for the residential advisor, as distinguished from the shared bedrooms for the other residents. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Moving to page 4 of Exhibit C3, and I'll zoom out a little bit, although let me know if I should zoom back in. What are we looking at here on this this page that's labeled as the second floor plan?
Okay, forgive me if I kind of get my mug up on the screen here, kind of testing my vision a little bit.
I'll zoom back in. How about that?
Perfect. That's great. Thank you. Again, starting on the south or the bottom of the page, there is a room that will contain beds and a bathroom. to the north and kind of in the middle with the large X, that's open to the sanctuary below, so there's really nothing proposed in that second floor. And then heading to the north with the resident advisor area, there's also open below with the X on it, which there's nothing there. It's open to the first floor resident advisor unit, and then there's stairs to a loft.
And I think Ms. Kane yesterday in her testimony described the current square footage of the church being planned to grow by about 1,000 square feet as a result of the interior improvements from this project, adding what she described as balconies. Are these second floor areas that we are looking at here those balconies or new second floor area?
Yes, that's correct.
And yeah, I think as you described, the X's on this diagram are showing area just that will not be second floor square footage. It's open area.
Open to the first floor below. That's correct.
Yep. Mr. Goro, is there an elevator that provides access to these second floor areas?
No.
And here today, are you aware of specifically what the ADA requirements that may or may not apply to that are?
I am not. I specialize in the site and not the building, so I don't have an intimate knowledge of the building code.
And is your understanding that as the project moves forward to finalize the plans for interior renovations and a building permit, that is something that would be addressed at that stage?
Yes, that is correct, with the building permit.
Thank you. And then I guess I'll just, while we're walking through this document, point out page 5, and are these some depictions of the exterior, I guess, profile views of the church building, including the minor exterior changes that this project proposes to make, such as the new access ramp to the basement that's shown here at the bottom right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Anything else about the physical building that I haven't asked you that you would like to point out? There may or may not be.
Just to reiterate, other than those stair ramps, which I don't believe are considered part of the building, the exterior, the building footprint is not proposed to being changed.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Goro, there is a claim in this appeal regarding the applicability of the State Environmental Policy Act. I don't want to, or I guess I'll ask you, have you been involved at all in the legal decision making about whether or not this project is subject to SEPA?
No, I haven't.
Did you complete a SEPA checklist for this project?
The team did complete a SEPA checklist, yes.
And is that in the record as Exhibit A17?
I believe it is, yes.
And was the project, or I guess did the city at some point after that determine or at least state the conclusion that the project is exempt from SEPA?
That's correct.
And so why did you complete a checklist notwithstanding that determination?
The best of my understanding looking backwards is we just kind of get in the habit of doing SEPAs because most of the projects that we do are large enough to trigger the threshold to require one. So we did it. I don't think there's a penalty in necessarily doing it, and submitted it, and then found out later that it indeed was exempt and not needed.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Mr. Goro, I'm going now to Exhibit C4, which was the application narrative that we've talked about a fair amount. This document is on Axia letterhead, which is your firm. And so I wanted to ask you a couple of questions along the lines of what Mr. Hinman was getting at, just about the different parts of this document. So first, starting on page 1 here, there's a section with the heading Conditional Use Permit Application Narrative. I think Ms. Kane testified yesterday that the descriptions in this section were largely written by.
Mr. Cartman, could you share your screen, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I was not doing that. Thank you.
Of course.
There we go. Can you see
Thank
that
you.
now?
Yes, there. That's
That
clear.
makes a lot more people's expressions now make a lot more sense. Ms. Kane was saying, I think, starting on this page, that her recollection was the descriptions in here were most likely written by her in consultation with some folks from BCRA. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I have a similar recollection, yes.
And then starting on page 8, the graphic we were just looking at, there's sort of a new section covering similar material, goes into a table of contents and discussions of some of the CUP criteria. And was this a section that your firm contributed to more directly?
More directly along with BCRA staff, yes.
Thanks. And then starting at page 25, where there's a section of responses to questions from the city and then subsequently questions from the neighbors, was that section written more like the first section on page 1 that we were just talking about?
Yes, that's also my recollection.
And so going to page 17 of this Exhibit C4, which is part of the kind of code criteria section that we were just talking about, and looking at this description on, and I should say on all the pages that I've been referring to through the hearing are by PDF page number. So this is PDF page 17 into 18. There's a discussion of what we've been referring to as Section 26, the conditional use permit criteria, subsections A and B. And I don't need to ask you to read this out loud, but is this a summary of, in your view, why the project complies with those portions of the criteria?
Yes, it shows the criteria and then the response. The criteria in blue, the response in black.
And let's see. The next thing I want to ask you about is there is a legal claim in this matter that I think Mr. Hinman and I have agreed is essentially a matter of statutory interpretation and legal argument with regard to setback nonconformity and how an existing the setbacks of the existing church building, which the city has determined are nonconforming to current standards, how that affects the ability of the project to go forward. And I think the only thing I want to ask you about that, Mr. Goro, is if the building were required to be brought into conformance with the current R2 zone setbacks, which are what I think the city has said applies under the wording of the C1 development standards. Practically, for the building, what would that require?
Very, very serious renovation, most likely tear down and rebuild to meet the applicable standard.
And can you say a little more about why that is? And I don't know that it needs a visual, but I'll pull up the site plan diagram.
You have an existing building with load-bearing walls, etc., entrances, and other requirements for the building code, and then it's also situated along with parking. When that changes, it's kind of a domino effect, if I could state it that simply.
Yep. Mr. Gora, I'm going to go now back to Exhibit C4, and although it's in one of the sections that, as we just talked about, it sounded like you didn't personally write this. It is something I wanted to walk through with you, which is the occupancy levels and how that applied based on the building layout and the different standards that were used. So are you familiar with how the statements on this page 25 of Exhibit C4 were made, sort of what that thought process was?
Yes, I'm generally familiar.
And can you walk us through that? I guess going through the what's described on this page as three different methods.
Yes. The first method, I'm going to use kind of my own wording here to describe it rather than just regurgitate exactly what's on the screen here.
Yep.
The first method is kind of, I'll say it's a little bit more practical, trying to see, okay, practically, how can this room be laid out from an architectural standpoint, and how many residents could be in each room, considering the beds, the furniture, the spacing, etc. That's number one. Number two is using a specific code reference found in Title II.
And I'm
That,
sorry, no, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just while we're on number one, that's what resulted in the calculation of 51 residents.
yes, thank you for clarifying that. That is correct.
Is that right? And that's, I don't need to go back to it, but on the Exhibit C3 interior renovation plans, is that the basis for the number or I guess the number capacity of each bedroom on that on those drawings?
That is my understanding.
Thank you. Please continue.
Going to number two, where it says the code, there's a specific code that's in Title II. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. I'm sure
Is it possible that it's Tacoma Municipal Code Section 2.01.060.V?
Yes,
Thank you.
that is correct.
Yep.
That gives kind of a two-pronged calculation, and those are shown in A and B. The first one is saying a maximum, and this is under an overcrowding portion of the code, and it says that to determine if it's overcrowded or not, you take the gross floor area and you divide it by 200. And so you see the calculation below there, 11,900 divided by 200 is approximately 55 residents. And then in B at the bottom of the screen, same code section also says that bedrooms can accommodate two people with a maximum size of 70 square feet with no dimension being less than 7, and an additional 50 square feet shall be provided in excess of 2 people. And that calculation results in 63 residents.
Thank you. I think a moment ago you said maximum size of 70 square feet. That I think you just misspoke. That it says minimum size. Is that right?
Thank you. I did misspeak, which would result in a more conservative calculation. Yes.
And I'll ask you first about that second prong. So are the bedroom calculations that you talked about in step 1, are those all consistent with that standard, that minimum size standard?
Yes, my understanding.
And then looking back at what's labeled here as subsection A, this, by the wording of this provision, it applies to single-family dwellings, duplexes, and multifamily dwellings with 3 or more units. Do any of those specifically describe this project?
No, they don't specifically describe it.
And do you, in your understanding of the code, believe that's nonetheless a applicable or useful standard to look at here in determining the capacity of the building?
I agree with it's useful, yes.
And why is that?
Because there's likely no standard that speaks directly to it, and this is most likely the closest one.
Okay. Anything else you would say on this subject or these analyses that we've been walking through?
No, I think that's it for me.
Okay. I think that is all my questions for you on direct, Mr. Goro. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think you're on mute, Mr. Examiner.
Yes, I was, and I knew I would do that. And of course, multiple screens set up. When you go to unmute, your cursor is as far away from the mute button as it can possibly be. So my apologies. Mr. Hinman, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Goro.
Good morning.
I'd like to walk you through a number of the documents that you just walked through with Mr. Cartman and that you worked on this project. Um, so starting with, I believe you mentioned that you helped oversee the land use components of this project. And it sounds like from what you talked about with Mr. Cartman, that meant the site plan, the building plan, and the conditional use permit application. Does that sound about right?
Not the building plan. I was
Not the
involved and
building.
have general knowledge, but I would not say I oversaw it.
You did walk through the building plan with Mr. Cartman in quite a bit of detail, did you not?
I have knowledge of it, but I did not oversee the design of it.
I see. So your knowledge is associated with your BCRA firm.
Uh, then I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Yes. So from where does that knowledge come?
Being generally involved in the projects from day one,
When was day one?
approximately early 2023.
So I'm going to pull up some of these documents that you just walked through. Give me just a moment here to share my screen.
Of course.
So this is the conditional use permit application that I think you and Mr. Cartman concluded on. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's your firm, Exia's letterhead that this document is prepared on.
that's correct.
And I think you said to Mr. Cartman that you collaborated with the applicant, Ms. Kane, on preparing the majority of this document.
Yes, that's correct.
So I think you talked with Mr. Cartman at length about some of the building code requirements, the setbacks, some of the conditions of the director's decision. Did you aid Ms. Kane in drafting some of the conditional use permit criteria language as well?
I believe I aided or contributed to some of it, yes.
Okay. And I think you stated to Mr. Cartman, scrolling down, that that sort of primary involvement with drafting this application begins around this page, where it was really just you. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it's just me. It was a combination of me and BCRA staff who also worked on this.
But no longer Miss Kane contributed to this following portion.
Yeah, I think it's accurate to say that my Axia and BCRA staff contributed more so to this portion of the document than Ms. Kane did, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to walk through some portions of this part of the application. So we start with the subject site information, and that identifies the total square footage of the building as
Mr. Hinman,
9,680. Is that
I'm
correct?
not, Mr. Hinman, I'm sorry. I don't think that you're sharing your screen right now.
I see it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we have it on the screen here.
Got it. My apologies.
Yeah, if we can not have interruptions from anyone but the parties, that would be great. It's unfortunate that you're not seeing it on your end, but we have it here. The video of this will be posted at some point if you want to go back and look at that after the fact. But if we can not have interruptions that way, if there is a technical problem and one of the people observing at this point wants to raise that, please do it in the chat rather than breaking into the flow of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me on my toes, Ms. Stormer. I'll repeat the question. I believe I was asking, this states that the total square footage of the building was 9,680 square feet. Is that correct?
The existing building, yes.
Okay. So at the time that you first became involved in this project, that was the square footage of the building.
To my understanding, that's correct.
And it also states that the zone this project is in is the R2 single family dwelling district. You drafted that language?
It's correct that it's in the R2 single family zoning district.
So then you get into a project narrative, and This is kind of similar to that earlier part of the application that also provides a narrative explanation of the project. Would you agree?
Yes.
And the narrative that you drafted states group housing will support young adults finishing their education, completing internships and apprenticeships, and starting careers.
That is what the application says, yes.
Did you draft that language?
I don't believe I personally drafted it, but I oversaw this application.
So the project that you were hired to draft an application for was to provide group housing for young adults. Is that correct?
At that time, yes, that's correct.
Okay. What do you mean by at that time?
Things can shift and change over the course of a project, and I think we've kind of already heard that from previous testimony.
Well, I'm asking you, when in your understanding did that focus shift?
I don't know that it shifted. I think that was that could have been one of the intents.
So the focus hasn't shifted from youth housing to your knowledge, other than the testimony that you've heard at this hearing.
Objection. The testimony at this hearing, as the examiner said yesterday, in this de novo proceeding is the content of what's being examined, and the timeline of this description I don't understand why is relevant to the criteria that we're discussing.
I view this change as a major transformation of the project, so I'm asking if he was aware of that transformation prior to yesterday.
And it's clear that NTNU is viewing it as a major change to the project. Again, ultimately, my decision will be what comes out in writing. But as I mentioned yesterday, NTNU raised issues of discrimination based on the age characteristics that were in the application. Those age characteristics are not in the decision. I think Mr. Karpman, in his opening argument yesterday, said, what is on appeal here is the director's decision, not the application. And it is a de novo proceeding. I think it's perfectly reasonable for the applicant to say, look, if NTNU has an issue about age discrimination, we won't do that. That's why I asked the question yesterday, the issues of age discrimination and religious discrimination, are they not completely taken care of by me conditioning the conditional use permit? Because I can change, alter, add whatever conditions under my authority with this permit on appeal. Aren't those issues taken care of by adding conditions that they won't put age limitations on their tenants or religious requirements? And I do think NTNU is playing sword and shield with that a bit. You're perfectly free to argue it and continue to explore those areas. And so to that extent, I'm overruling Mr. Karpman's objection. But unless you can tie it in somehow and provide me authority for how that's problematic for this proceeding and this particular permit, I don't see it. It's a sword and shield approach by NTNU. And you raised the issues of age discrimination and religious discrimination. And for the applicant to say, okay, we won't, and then NTNU say, well, gosh, now you've changed things completely, and that's a problem. You're going to have to tie that in for me because I don't see it as a problem at this point.
The way that I'll be suggesting to tie it in, and I'll tell you right now, is that
that'd be good.
This permit application, as well as the approvals, and I anticipate going into this with some of the city's witnesses as well, where an application changes partway through to the point that many of the conditions that the applicant has sought are based on that status of the project, such as the traffic report we talked about yesterday, which looked at off-campus student housing, and including the bases that they're claiming that they meet needs. They serve a particular focus need in Tacoma because they say youth need housing. That's how we're meeting the conditional use permit criteria. We're doing that because that is a need of Tacoma, and that is then therefore consistent with the comprehensive plan. Well, that is an inherently discriminatory and problematic project. It is core to what this project is. If you take that component out of it, then what do they have? they don't have something that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. This goes to the affordability we've talked about as well, because it's not just the youth and the religious discrimination that they're now claiming to remove from the project. I heard in my examination of Ms. Kane yesterday that they've walked away from identifying this project as affordable as well. It doesn't meet any definition of affordable.
We're into your closing argument at this point now. I overruled the objection. Go ahead. But anyway, continue with your examination, please.
Trying to be clear why I think this is an important part of the case.
I understand you're making an offer of proof for an objection that I already overruled, though, and we're into argument at this point. So let's get back to the testimony, please.
Would it be helpful if I repeated the question, Mr. Gore?
Absolutely, it would.
So I believe I had asked, here in the project narrative, it states the group housing will support young adults finishing their education, completing internships and apprenticeships, and starting careers. And you had said that was your understanding of the project at the time that you drafted this, but that's no longer the project. So I'm asking when that became your understanding the project had changed.
I'll say recently.
Yesterday?
Potentially, it could be before that. It could be yesterday. It could be a little bit before that. I know that things are subject to change over the course of the design process.
So did you understand the project to still be focused at young adults before Ms. Kane testified yesterday?
I'm sorry. I want to make sure I answer your question exactly how you asked it. Could you please repeat it?
Yes. Prior to Ms. Kane's testimony yesterday, was it your understanding that this was a project that was focused on young adult housing?
Focused solely on?
However you interpret that question, to use your language, will support young adults finishing their education, completing internships and apprenticeships, and starting careers.
I know that's how the intent of the project started, and then through the course of conditions and this process, I figured it might change. Whether I knew that verbatim or it was my call it intuition or reading into things or supposing, I got the sense that things could change.
Did you have that sense a week ago?
Yeah.
So you thought the project was no longer geared at young adults a week ago?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say no longer geared towards, but could be open to something else.
Was that based on a conversation you had with Ms. Kane?
No.
So what was that based on?
I read the appeal. I was in one of the public meetings, hearing some of the neighbors' comments.
Okay, so you just thought that the project might change in response to those comments, but you had not learned that it was Ms. Kane's intent to change it at that point.
Yeah, that's probably a fair way to characterize it.
Got it. So I'd like to keep moving through this project narrative. So here you discuss the zoning of where this project is sited. Do you see that at the bottom of page 5?
Yes.
Or I guess it's page 12 of the PDF, but page 5 of this portion of Exhibit C4. And you state here that the conversion is proposed on, this is the tax parcel number, which is zoned R2 single family dwelling district. And then you state in the R2 zone, group housing is a permitted use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, because then you bring in a provision of the use table, and this P in this column here under R2 for group housing, that's what you're referencing in the previous paragraph?
That's correct.
Could you read this box for me?
In the R1, R2, R2 SRD, and HMR SRD districts, group housing is limited to 6 or fewer unrelated adults. In the R3 district.
Thank you. Did you address that language of the code anywhere in this application?
I don't believe we did.
So when you say in the R2 zone, group housing is a permitted use, you mean group housing limited to 6 or fewer unrelated adults is a permitted use?
That could be fair to say.
Okay. Kind of sticking on that issue of zoning for a moment. Are you familiar with well, what is your familiarity with the City of Tacoma zoning code?
Decent.
And you're familiar with what types of projects are generally allowed in an R2 single family district?
Generally.
Um, Typically, would a multi-family apartment building be permissible in the R2 single family district?
Generally, no.
What about a duplex?
That's a good question. I can't say without seeing the use tables.
That's fair enough. If I represented to you that duplexes are generally permissible, but for example, 3-family housing is not permissible, would that surprise you?
I wouldn't be totally surprised.
And so would it make sense to you that that limitation of no more than 6 adults in the R2 district is intended to keep group housing, which is listed as permissible, consistent with the limitations of that zoning district?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm trying to go into the same areas that he went
Mr.
on.
Examiner, you're on mute again.
I'm going to sustain the objection. We're asking someone basically to opine on what's been represented to this point as the purely legal issues. And to say that those are not calling for legal conclusions, I think is a major stretch. So I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I will tell you that line of questioning is not helpful to me really necessarily, where we're saying, would it surprise you, and characterizing the questions that way. I really don't care whether it's surprising to him or not. The use table says what it says, and the people who administer that, if you're asking these kind of questions to the city's witnesses later on, I think that'd be perfectly fine. Asking them to Mr. Goro, who had no hand in creating those use tables, no hand in putting them through the ordinance process to have them enacted by council, not helpful. And it is calling for a legal conclusion for him to say, this is what this table says and this is what its effect is. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
And I can move off the kind of intricate, detailed, precise implications of the zoning code.
You're perfectly free to rephrase or to try something else with it, but to ask for him to give conclusions about what the zoning does and doesn't allow here, it's not that helpful to me, because he doesn't administer it. He works in it and he works in that area. But for him to say what it does and doesn't allow doesn't carry a whole lot of weight with me, because he's not, like I said, he had no role in promulgating it, no role in enacting it. He just works in it from time to time, and his answers to this point have been less than definitive anyway.
I can move to the next area of my questioning. So the next part of your application, going down to this next page, I believe I'm still screen sharing, refers to the conditional use permit criteria, of which there's been a lot of discussion at this hearing. And I think that there was a line-by-line response to those criteria earlier in the application, which I think you stated you worked on with Ms. Kane. And then this is a sort of a rephrase of that your firm drafted. Is that accurate?
Uh, the team drafted, yes, I believe that's accurate.
So looking at this first general criteria, it's that there shall be a demonstrated need for the use within the community at large, which shall not be contrary to the public interest. I think we've heard that phrase a number of times so far at this hearing. So I want to get into how your team has stated that this project meets that need. I see you discussed the Vision 2050 plan, and then the second sentence of that says this plan focuses on the need for affordable housing and encourages jurisdictions to consider different housing types of housing development. And then there is a lengthy quote about housing affordability and the need for affordable housing in the city of Tacoma. Would you agree with that?
I agree. That's what's on the screen, yes.
So would you agree that a pretty critical way that this project meets this criteria in the position of your team and based on this document is the need for affordable housing?
So could you restate that? I want to make sure I answer your question directly.
Sure, I'll try to say it even clearer. Is the demonstrated need that this project meets Tacoma's need for affordable housing?
That is one of the criteria, yes.
But is that that's one of the criteria, but is that how this project meets a demonstrated need of Tacoma?
Yes.
It is. And so when you use the word affordable, I think we went into this at some length with Ms. Kane yesterday. It sounds like you were watching that testimony. Do you mean affordable as it is used in the documents that are quoted here, Tacoma's Affordable Housing Action Plan?
I would need to go back and see the definition of what affordable was defined in those documents. If it was affordable with a capital A, meaning subsidized, or affordable, meaning more attainable.
But you would agree that how affordable is used in that plan is the demonstrated need that Tacoma has.
Yes.
So if we scroll down to a part of this block quote, I see it says the greatest need for housing is among the lowest income residents. To meet these needs, the county needs to produce over 2,300 units per year of housing affordable at or below 50% of area media income. Over half of these units are needed for households at 30% of AMI or below. So that's one definition of affordable. Would you agree?
That is one data point, yes.
To your knowledge, does this project meet that need?
I don't know if it meets that specific point or not, as it was discussed yesterday that rents have not been established yet.
And presumably establishment of the rents would be necessary to determine if it meets any AMI or affordability threshold.
Absolutely.
But you stated in this application that that is the need that this project is filling, correct?
The need of providing affordable housing, yes.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next prong of conditional use permit criteria. Here, we went into this yesterday as well. These shall be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and applicable ordinances of the city of Tacoma. And here it looks like you imported a number of the goals of the city of Tacoma comprehensive plan. Is that how you responded to this criteria?
That looks to be correct with what's on the screen.
So let's walk through some of those goals because it appears the goals have been copied and pasted from the comprehensive plan, but I do not see an explanation of how the project meets them. So the first goal, ensure equitable access to housing. And then it goes through special efforts for making housing available for particular communities. How does this project meet that goal?
I'm not involved in the programming of that, so I don't believe I'm qualified to answer that question.
Okay, so you're not sure how the project meets goal H2?
I I just said that I'm not qualified to answer how it meets H2. I'm not involved in the programming, the leasing, etc.
Okay, because those are the information you would need to know whether the project meets H2.
Uh, yes,
Same answer to these other goals, goal H4.
yes,
I believe that the policy is kind of a, a subset of the larger category goals and how the comprehensive plan is drafted. But would you say the same for policy H41? And I'll give you a moment to read it. I can zoom in if that would be helpful.
are you just wanting me to comment on H1? And,
Well, so we talked about H2 and H4, the policies. So my understanding of the comprehensive plan is H41 is sort of a component of goal H4. So we can just move to the next. Well, it looks like these are all policies that are parts of
I'm
H.
sorry, could you give him a chance to answer that question?
Sure.
I mean, unless you're going to strike the question and move on to something else.
sorry, am I supposed to answer?
No,
Question kind of got
no,
lost there. I'd
no.
agree.
It's to Mr. Hinman at this point.
Sure. So
There was a question on the table, and then we kind of blew past it. And Mr. Karpman said, "Let him answer the question," and I said that would be appropriate unless we are striking the question and moving on to something else.
I'll simply strike the question and move on. I think we have the answer on these. So now I would like to go into the development standards and the answer to some of those questions on this application. So this is what's marked as page 12. It's page 19 of the consolidated exhibit C4. So you included here a table labeled district development standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you put this table in the application?
Because it's part of the permitting process to show applicability or not of the applicable codes and standards.
And you viewed these as the applicable codes and standards.
Yes,
And these are the neighborhood commercial C1 development standards, as it says right here.
yes.
I see, in addition to that, you have these as the development standards, and scrolling up, you have another table up here that refers to the proposed use as group housing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Hinman, sorry, could you please just refer to page numbers as you're going around this exhibit?
Sure. So I just scrolled from page 19 to 18 of the exhibit. It's marked page 11
Thank you.
of this part of the exhibit.
We really need to do that for purposes of the audio record.
Yeah, I appreciate the reminder. Um, so you included both of these tables because you want to show how this project is in compliance, in your view, with both the lawful use and the development standards in the relevant districts.
That is correct.
So let's walk through some of these development standards. See, many of these cite no response, and it looks like those are to ones that don't have a standard listed. I would like to draw your attention to minimum front setback at the bottom. And it says in the applicant response here, the subject site's front property line is not abutted by a residential zone. Do you see that?
I do.
But this project is located within a residential zone, correct?
It is located within, correct.
So is it not abutted on all sides by a residential zone?
It's abutted by a street. It's abutted by North 24th and North Warner Street.
I see. So in your view, the street is not a part of the zone of that area.
It's what abuts it.
Continuing through. Here you state the subject site's eastern property line is abutted by a residential zone, requires a 5-foot minimum side setback. I think it's agreed upon, so I won't belabor the point, but it does not comply with that minimum setback, correct?
That's correct.
And then this is another point of non-compliance with the C1 development standards. It says here the maximum height is 35 feet and that the existing roof is higher than that. Would you agree?
For the existing portion of the roof, that is the steeple, yes.
And there's no plan to bring the property into compliance with either of those C1 development standards that you're aware of?
Which C1 standards would those be?
Any of the ones that it's not compliant with.
Correct.
I'm now going to turn to a different exhibit. I believe you walked through this one with Mr. Cartman as well. So this is the director's decision, which imposed some additional conditions on the project. And for the record, I'm currently at page 15 of that decision, which starts with conditions. So you prepared and viewed in the record, and we'll kind of perhaps turn back and forth between this and those, the site plan and building plans, or your firm did, that you walked through with Mr. Cartman?
Yes, sorry to be nitpicky on this.
Yeah.
My current firm, Axia, prepared the site plan. BCRA prepared the building plans.
That's right.
And I was not necessarily involved in that. So sorry to be nitpicky, but just want to be clear.
I appreciate it. And all those plans were prepared prior to the issuance of this decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
So where one of the conditions might be stated here, it may well not be reflected in those plans because the conditions came later.
Correct.
So one of the conditions that I think you discussed with Mr. Cartman is this 5-foot landscaping buffer that must be installed along the eastern property line. So I would like to bring up Exhibit C3 so we can take a look at that, which I realize is not in the plan as we just discussed. So I think you stated in your direct testimony that there is a spot available for that buffer.
Correct.
That's these 5 feet here.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to turn back to keep walking through. I lost the director's decision. Let's see, there it is. I think I would be used to doing these on Zoom by now. Okay. And the next condition is a row of evergreen trees, minimum 8 feet in height, and 10 feet maximum separation are going to need to go within that 5-foot landscaping buffer?
That is what that says.
And then the next requirement requires street trees along North Warner and North 24th.
That is what that says.
So to discuss that requirement, I want to look at the draft document that you looked at with Mr. Cartman. This is exhibit R7. There we go. It's popping up in the right series this time. That helps. So does this draft depict the street trees that the director ordered? Because I
No,
see
it
there are
does not.
some trees on the document.
No, it does not.
Okay. So where would those street trees be located?
They would most likely be located in the right of way of both of the streets mentioned.
So which street is this? This is North 24th?
That is North 24th.
When you say the right of way, can you direct me as best as you're able, given the circumstances?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to these questions on the basis that the location or possibility of street trees was not an appeal claim, nor was it the subject of any questioning on direct. So I'm just not sure what this is going towards.
I'm struggling with the relevance here too at this point.
I'm trying to determine whether it is actually possible for this project as it's constructed to comply with these conditions.
And that was not an
that
appeal
was
claim.
never raised in an appeal issue. Was not raised as an appeal issue.
Fair enough. I can move on.
Unless there's some other tie, I'm inclined to sustain the objection at this point.
I think the direct did walk through the director's conditions and the plans to meet those conditions, which, I mean, compliance with all the conditions, I think, is the basic subject of this appeal.
And the applicant hasn't appealed that condition. It's going to have to be complied with. And NTNU never raised it as an appeal issue, whether that condition could be complied with. And we're raising new issues midstream, it seems like. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Compliance with that ultimately is on the applicant, not on NTNU. So
Agreed. One question I'd like to ask you, and I'll stop sharing for a moment. You're aware that the director's decision limits the capacity of the building to 29 occupants.
I'm aware of that.
Have you or your firm drawn up any plans reflecting occupancy by 29?
Me or my firm have not done that, no.
Okay. So as far as you're aware, the existing plans that were admitted as exhibit C3 are the plans and the only plans that have been prepared for this project?
I have not seen any other plans.
So I am going to go back to C3. This time we won't talk about street trees. I guess that was C7. So looking at the site, I believe in the narrative, you talked about a couple different ways you calculated the occupancy proposed of 51 beds. And the first one was based on design of the bedrooms. Was that right?
Correct.
So does this plan depict those arrangements that helped you determine how many people would fit in each of these bedrooms?
Are you referencing something on the screen? Because if you are, I'm not seeing it.
That's because I'm not sharing my screen. Thank you.
Of course.
While you're pulling that up, Mr. Hinman, how much longer do you think you have on cross? I'm trying to ascertain when we'll be taking our break here since we're approaching 10:30.
I believe this is my last line of questioning, walking through Exhibit C3.
All right, let's get that out then, and then we'll take our break.
So to repeat the question, the conditional use permit criteria response discussed a calculation of, well, the calculations that went into how many occupants per bedroom. And one of those was based on the architecture of the bedrooms. So I asked if we can see the results of that analysis on this plan.
Can you be more specific? Results of which analysis? Since
Well, so and I can bring up that exhibit as well. Then perhaps I will.
maybe I
But
can clarify my clarifying question back to you.
Let me interject though with that, because if where Mr. Hinman I think is going with this is on this exhibit, on this sheet we're looking at. If we go down to the bottom left-hand corner, it says room 4, and under room 4 it says 5-bed. The room right next to it, room 3, says 3-bed. Room 2 then says 3-bed. So the calculation was then that room 4 could be occupied by 5 people, 5 beds. Room 3, 3. Room 2, 3, and et cetera on throughout the rest of this exhibit. Every room shows a number next to the word bed, and that was the intended occupancy of that room, correct, Mr. Goro?
Uh, for the purposes of making application, yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, and that was used in arriving at the target occupancy of 51 also, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you're asking, Mr. Hinman, or am I off base there?
with respect, Mr. Examiner, that's not where I was going.
Okay. My
Where I was
apologies,
going,
but that does help me in any event. I thought that's where you were going. I thought we ought to nail it down, but I guess I was off base. Go ahead, Mr. Hinman.
I think that does move us towards it. Because what I am trying to get at is how those numbers, 5-bed, 3-bed, 3-bed, 5-bed, were arrived at. And I believe there's a couple alternate methods stated in the conditional use permit application. The first of those states that it was based on architectural design of the rooms for the best number to fit in that room. So you would agree that the results of what the architecture of the rooms looked like that went into that analysis is not on this plan.
The specific locations of the bed and furniture to arrive at that, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
That is not depicted, correct?
Were you involved in organizing these rooms under that architectural analysis to arrive at those numbers?
I personally was not.
Okay. But these numbers, do these numbers reflect the maximum number of individuals that could be in each of these rooms under the building code?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Because I believe that was an alternate method that was stated in the conditional use permit application, correct?
No, the building code was not referenced at least in the first 2 points you and I discussed.
Okay, I am going to go back to the conditional use permit application then.
And by building code, I'm meaning the IBC International Building Code.
Not its implementation by any Tacoma statute. Sorry, that was a question. You mean the IBC building code and not its implementation under the Tacoma Municipal Code?
Title 2.
Okay, it does reference Title 2. And I just go ahead. I'll answer these to the best of my ability.
So this is the part of the conditional use permit application I was talking about. This is again Exhibit C4, and I'm at page 25 of Exhibit C4. So, and these are the alternate layouts I was talking about. I probably should have started here. So first we have a room by room furniture layout that says we use the architectural drawings to lay out a furniture plan to determine the maximum number of residents sleeping comfortably in each room. That is what was not depicted in the site plan we just looked at.
Again, could you be very specific on what's not depicted?
The results of whatever this calculation procedure was. Can you describe the calculation procedure? Because that's what I'm trying to understand as well.
I was not involved in the calculation procedure, so I don't feel comfortable testifying to it.
Fair enough. And then down here is where I referenced the code. So you would agree this part of the application does reference the building code?
Forgive me, I don't
not
have
not the IBC, but the city's building code Title II,
the city's built. Yeah, it does reference.
which incorporates the IBC by reference.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Then yes, I would agree with that. Not having intimate knowledge of Title II.
And this calculation of 51 residents is based not on the size of the building when the Canes purchased it, but based on the size with some planned additions, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going back to Exhibit C3 now. Those additions that are planned are not to any bedroom, correct?
Those additions, I believe, are on what's being called the second floor.
I'm going to page 4 of Exhibit C3. Can you show me where those additions are? It's a little difficult for me to tell on this document.
And I don't know exactly where they are. I believe it is either the RA loft and or the bedroom. I can't make out the number there that's shown on the bottom or the south of the building. I believe that's where the square footage is going to be added
Okay.
to the building.
You say on the south. I'm trying to tell some part of this room.
Potentially, yes. It's either one or both of that room and the RA unit to the north top.
So is there anything in this site plan that tells you where those additions are going to be?
No, not that I see.
Okay. So these plans do not depict the building with those additions.
I'm sorry. This is the proposed. This site plan or this building footprint is the proposed condition, not the existing condition, the proposed condition of this floor.
So the additions are included here, but they're not shown which parts are going to be added.
Specifically, which is added, which was not existing, I can't tell.
I see. And briefly going back to Exhibit C4, that citation to the building code we mentioned states the maximum number of residents of each dwelling unit shall not exceed the gross area divided by 200. So without those additions that we were trying to locate, 51 residents would be more than permissible under the building code. Would you agree?
I don't know that I can agree with that. Can you go back and show me what the existing square footage is, please?
Sure. Currently, we're at C4, page 25 is where we were just discussing. I'm scrolling back to C4, page 11. Which is now on the screen.
Could you rephrase your question again, please?
Sure. I asked, without the planned additions to the building, would the planned 51 residents lawfully be able to reside on this site under the building code?
It would not meet the standard that we were just discussing.
And I'm scrolling back down C4 to page 25 again. And the last point I want to make is another one you touched on with Mr. Cartman about dwellings, duplexes, and multifamily dwellings used in this part of the code. So I think you said you didn't think that this project neatly fit into any of those categories.
Is that a question?
Yes.
I believe that captures what I said.
And part of that is because this calculates residents per dwelling unit. Would you agree?
Objection. Mischaracterizes the question previously.
I'm asking.
Sustained. Try rephrasing it, maybe.
Sure. is part of the reason that it's difficult to analogize perfectly from group housing to single-family dwellings, duplexes, and multifamily dwellings, the use of dwelling unit as a sort of a unit calculation, which doesn't apply in group housing.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled. I'm going to let him answer this one.
Could you restate the question, Mr. Hinman?
Yes, it's a complex question. So I think you stated to Mr. Cartman that this single-family dwelling, duplex, and multifamily dwelling is not a perfect reflection of group housing. Maybe that misstates. You can correct me if it does. Does that misstate?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following you. Could you restate your question,
Let's
please?
try to get the questions in discrete elements here. That is the whole difficulty here with Mr. Goro answering any of these, and it's my difficulty in trying to figure out what you're asking too. Let's get these in very discrete elements. There's a reason that complex compound questions are objectionable in most legal proceedings. So let's get a discrete element here for him to answer, please.
Sure.
Just Mr. Examiner, point of, I've drank probably too much tea and water this morning and am starting to get a little uncomfortable. I can probably deal with this for another 5 or 10 minutes, but if not, if we could take a break, I would greatly appreciate
Let's do this then. Let's take our morning break now. Mr. Hinman can try to work on his questions. You can go have your bathroom break, as can everyone else, and we will be back at 10:45. Roughly 10 minutes. We will be in recess until 10:45 with our morning break.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back from our mid-morning break. It is 10:45. We are still in the cross-examination of Mr. Goro by Mr. Hinman for NTNU, and we were looking at possibly rephrasing a question for Mr. Goro so he could handle it a little better.
Yes, and I will try a rephrase of that last question we were working on before the break. Again, we're on exhibit, and I will share my screen. Exhibit C4, page 25 of that document. And we were talking about this overcrowding provision, which I believe we decided came from the Tacoma implementation of the building code. So to rephrase my question, this part of the code speaks in terms of residents per dwelling unit, correct?
That is what it says, correct.
Do code provisions that speak in terms of dwelling unit make it difficult to assess a project that uses beds instead of dwelling units?
Yes.
That's the end of my cross. Thank you.
So redirect, Mr. Carpman. Well, hang on. Let's see if there's cross from the city first so we get all that out before there's redirect. Mr. Victor, do you have questions for Mr. Goro?
There is no cross from the city. Thank you.
All right, redirect, Mr. Carpman.
I do have some redirect. Good morning again, Mr. Goro. Mr. Goro, do you have the legal definition of dwelling unit under Title 13 or any other part of the code in front of you?
I don't.
And are you speaking, and the question that you just answered from Mr. Hinman, are you speaking to how that legal definition or the legal concept of dwelling unit might apply to any of the issues in this case that implicate that?
In short, yes.
Or I suppose that was
Could you?
probably
I might have got confused. Could you rephrase that question, please?
the legal definition of dwelling unit is a contested issue in this case and one of the subjects of some of the issues we've been briefing. Are you speaking to any of those issues in your testimony?
Absolutely not. I'm not speaking to anything on a legal basis.
I am, let's see, pulling up a couple of things. You were going through exhibit C4 with Mr. Hinman, and I am showing you page 20 of that exhibit, and where it says here minimum side setback, you included the answer that the eastern property line here is abutted by a residential zone, and the R2 zone requires a 5-foot minimum side setback on that side. Do you see that?
I do.
And I believe Mr. Hinman asked you if the property was non-conforming to the side setback requirements in that respect. Do you recall that question?
I do recall the question. I may have misunderstood it.
And looking at Exhibit C3, the site plan, page 1, does the existing church building comply with that 5-foot
Yes.
setback requirement from the eastern property line?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Stop sharing for a second and perhaps forget to start again, but I'll do my best. I think it's fair to say that Mr. Hinman was trying to pin you down on the question of whether the only demonstrated need that this project is meeting is one for affordable housing, as it is technically defined in the code, pinned to a particular rent or income level. Would you say that that is the only demonstrated need that this project is meeting?
No.
Would you say that there may be needs the project is meeting that are not specifically defined or described in the application that you discussed?
Yes.
I think I asked this a question to Ms. Kane as well, but looking at Exhibit C1 at page 13, this is the city's conclusions under those criteria, and the statement made by the city here says there has been a consistent demonstrated need within the city for more housing options that will increase housing choice and affordability. Would you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that statement.
And do you agree with the statement at the bottom of that same paragraph that says there is substantial evidence that more housing choice is needed in the city?
I do agree with that statement.
And in your opinion, does the project meet those needs?
Yes, it does.
How does it do that?
It absolutely gives more housing choice. I'm just going to ramble a little bit. The matter of home in Tacoma has come up a few times, and this project made application before the phase 2 of home in Tacoma is complete. Part of that is providing more housing choice, more housing choices at different income levels, and I think that this particular project does meet that need as stated into home in Tacoma, which I believe is somewhat consistent with what is expressed in this decision, and that the city needs more housing choices at many different levels, and this project, as applied for, does aim to meet the needs of some of those by providing a room with communal spaces at likely a rental price point that will be below, say, a single family house or apartment, even though that has not been established yet.
And can I just ask you about that last statement, because that's obviously been the subject of some discussion. Why do you say that that will provide? Or I guess, can you expand on that further? I think you know what you said.
It's a different housing choice, and if this applicant or any other applicant who's going to build something like this, in my opinion, it needs to come below a house or an apartment. Otherwise, somebody could choose to go do that. It needs to be competitive in the marketplace.
Thank you. Sorry, just keeping track of all my different Word documents. I guess I'll just ask you about one. Going back to Exhibit C4 at page 15, you cited policy 4.7, which talks about promoting a range of affordable housing strategies. In your opinion, is the project consistent with that policy?
Yes,
And how does it do that?
it is within the range of the stated range of basic emergency shelters to home ownership. It is in between that range.
Thank you. Oh, I think the only other thing I wanted to ask you about was just to make sure it's clear on Exhibit C3, page 4. We were looking at, is it I guess fair to summarize your testimony as your understanding is that the additional square footage that the interior renovations for this project is proposing to provide will be provided through the floor area that we're seeing on this page, the floor area on the second floor, but that this diagram does not depict the existing floor area and so does not show a comparison.
That is an accurate way of stating that, yes.
And thus, I suppose this diagram does not show specifically what or how much that additional floor area will be, but your understanding is that that this is where it is and that it is accurately reported in the application materials.
That is an accurate summary of what I understand, yes.
Thank you. And I think this was also clear, but just to make sure, I think Mr. Hinman's question about the 55 resident figure that's on page 25 of Exhibit C4 was essentially if the square footage of the building was lower than 11,090 square feet, then that number divided by 200 would determine essentially whether the building as a whole complies with the first portion of the overcrowding ordinance here. Would you agree with that characterization?
I do agree with that.
And would you agree that if the building square footage were lower, then the number divided by 200 would also be lower, and that the project would be required to comply with that standard as a maximum under this particular ordinance?
I agree with that statement and that math.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions.
All right. So we are concluded with testimony of Mr. Goro then. Thank you for your testimony.
Welcome.
We have one more witness to go with the applicant's case. We will be breaking for lunch as close to around noon as we can. And let's see where we get with that next witness then before that. Roughly an hour to go.
Okay, thank you. The applicant we'll call Reed Shockey.
Sure he's cleared to join us. He should be anyway, but I'll just press all the buttons anyhow.
Okay, there we are.
Could you raise your right hand on the screen, please? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead and inquire, Mr. Carpman.
Mr. Shockey, good morning.
Good morning.
My Adobe Reader all just shut down on me. But while I'm pulling that back up, could you please state and spell your name for the record and tell us about your educational background and professional experience?
Sure. Again, my name is Reed Shockey. Spelling of the first name is R-E-I-D. And the spelling of the last name is S-H-O-C-K-E-Y. I believe you have my resume, printed resume.
I do. It is Exhibit R19.
One second. I'm going to interject for just a second. I don't know if everyone else is having the same issue. Mr. Shockey, you're coming through, but there's a lot of noise being generated. And it sounds like we're just sort of right on the precipice of dating happening, which is, you have to achieve a certain noise level for it to not be cut off. My guess is you're probably using an internal mic on a laptop right now. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you really try to get your laptop up close to you so that we're minimizing the background noise and minimizing the possibility for that gating to come in and cut you off?
Sure. Kind of interesting. There's no noise on my end of things, but it.
Well, that's a receptive sound. You're producing it now for us to receive, and that's why it's
Yeah.
happening here.
Okay. How is that? Is
That's
that
better. That is better. Proximity
Okay.
can cure lots of ills when we're dealing with internal microphones.
Exactly. So by way of background, I received my degree in urban planning from the University of Washington way back in 1968. And in 1970, I came to work for the city of Everett. And at the city of Everett, I was first planner, then principal planner, and eventually community development director. Pardon me. And in that role, I was the building official for the city, and I was also the SEPA responsible official. And that was from 1970 to 1980. In 1980, I started my company, which is Shockey Planning Group, and have been providing planning services to public and private clients over the course of that 44 years.
Thank you. And what work were you asked to perform in preparation for this hearing, Mr. Shockey?
I was asked to do a few things. I was asked certainly to review the claims of the opponents and their arguments, and as well as the applicant's challenge to the 29 resident limitation. I reviewed applicable zoning codes, mainly Title 13, and also reviewed the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan, current version, and tried and I think succeeded in considering what recent amendments or proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan are. The one thing I would like to add, in the interest of maybe saving some time, is that I'm familiar with the Axia report, if I can refer to it as that. And it's very thorough, and everyone can assume that, except where I specifically note otherwise, their conclusions and comments in their report very closely matches my view of this particular matter.
Thank you. So, Mr. Shockey, you were not working on this project at the application stage. You were brought in as essentially a consulting witness for purposes of this hearing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. And I wanted to ask you first about your review of the just kind of background policy considerations that some of which we've been talking about. And so you said you've reviewed the current comprehensive plan, the one Tacoma plan drafted in 2015 as relevant to this appeal. Is that right?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to ask you about a couple sections of that. So I am pulling up Exhibit R16, which is the Chapter 1 of the plan. And on page 3, just in a nice little capsule summary on the right-hand side here, it says Tacoma's growth target is for 127,000 new residents and 97,000 new jobs by 2040. What is the significance of that as it might apply to some of the considerations we're talking about in this hearing?
Yeah, Tacoma, along with just about every other city and county in the state, do their planning these days under the State Growth Management Act, RCW 3670A. And a key part of the GMA requirements is that cities and counties accept the so-called growth targets that are official numbers and pattern their comprehensive plan updates around those figures. The 127,000 new residents and the 97,000 new jobs are the growth targets approved for the city of Tacoma. And so that's it's those numbers around which you are required as a city to construct your comprehensive plan updates.
Thank you. And just still in this chapter 1, exhibit R16, on page 5, there is table 1, which I think summarizes some of the other elements of the comprehensive plan that are the subject of chapters later. And I just wanted to ask you about the housing element focus here. What's described here as the focus of the housing element?
Yeah, if I may, quoting directly from the plan, it's to promote and achieve housing diversity, equitable access to housing stock that is safe and healthy, affordable housing, and resource efficient and high performance housing. Throughout the GMA and throughout the comprehensive plan, that's Tacoma's One Tacoma comprehensive plan, you're to place a strong emphasis on providing affordable housing for that future population. And yeah.
And in your opinion, and we're gonna go through this in a bit more detail, but overall, is the project that we're discussing today consistent with that focus?
Yes, it is. And as a bit of background, there's been an awful lot of discussion during this hearing by others about that affordable housing issue. I do want to point out that there's another acronym that is being used more and more by local governments and housing officials and virtually other governmental services related to growth, and which I will call DEI, which stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And those three items are benchmarks for how valid your updated comprehensive plan is going to be. They certainly want to make sure that in those plans, you're promoting housing diversity, that you are promoting equitable access to housing, and that you're providing, again, affordable housing. And under each of those categories or benchmarks, in the Tacoma plan, there's provision for innovative housing types, providing different kinds of optional housing for a diverse group of people, from regular market rate housing to housing options that cater to lower income, and that everyone, all segments of the population, have access to a range of housing that they can afford. And that's the basis for a lot of the housing policy that we'll be talking about, and how that all relates to that one issue of group housing, which is the topic, of course, of these hearings.
Thank you. So now I want to jump over to Exhibit R18, which is Chapter 5, the housing element of the current plan. And on page 5-3 of this chapter, at the risk of asking you to repeat yourself a bit, I just wanted to highlight a couple of the what's summarized here about the goals and policies of the city's intent with this plan. And so I guess looking first at the second bullet here, which says ensure adequate access to a range of housing types for a socially and economically diverse population. Is the project, in your view, consistent with that focus?
Yes, it is.
And would that be for the reasons that you've just stated, or there may or may not be anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think it was I stated that, but it's the whole idea is that if you're a resident of Tacoma and you're whichever economic class that you're in, or whatever your job situation is or your living situation, that there's going to be access to affordable housing that fits your lifestyle or the needs that you have again, reflecting back on the group housing, that's certainly one of the means by which that housing is being provided in the plan.
Thank you. And I would ask the same question about the second to last bullet on this page, which says expand the number of and location of housing opportunities, both market rate and assisted, for families and individuals throughout the city.
Yeah, for the reasons I mentioned, yes. The One Tacoma plan, in my opinion, certainly achieves that objective.
Thank you. Just to make sure I'm clear on your wording, would you agree with me that the One Tacoma plan identifies that as an objective?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. And would you give essentially the same answer that you've just given in terms of the project's consistency with that objective?
As far as the Amici House, yes. It's a group facility. It caters to that segment of the population that needs housing at an affordable price. So I do think that that being a direct result or a tool that grew out of the comprehensive plan, the group housing regulation certainly achieved that objective, in my opinion.
Thank you. I'm going now to page 5-5 of this Exhibit R18, which is the section of the housing chapter that goes into the goals and policies. And the heading of this section is diverse and expanding housing supply. And the first sentence here says the city is planning to accommodate up to 59,800 new housing units between 2010 and 2040. What is the significance of that number?
Well, first of all, it's a very high number. That's providing almost 60,000 new housing units between 2040 and let's say 2050 is a pretty daunting task. So you have to come up with a bunch of different housing types if in fact you're going to provide those housing units to that future population. And I would add to that goal 4 of the Washington Growth Management Act, which, as I said, is the foundation piece for all of these comprehensive plans, including Tacoma's, states that requires cities to promote a variety of housing densities in order to meet the population forecast. It's not an idle goal. It's a mandate by the State Growth Management Act to get those units on the street by the time those 127,000 are added to the population of Tacoma.
Thank you. I'm getting a little audio feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. At this point, it's not hurting my ability to understand what's going on.
Well, where it's coming from is Mr. Shockey probably has his receptive audio coming from his laptop speakers. And so you're getting, when he's listening to you, that sound is coming out and is still getting picked up by the internal mic. Mr. Shockey, there's a way to maybe minimize that a little bit. If you go down to your audio settings at the bottom of the page on Zoom, should be the bottom left-hand corner, and you click that little caret up there, and you go to audio settings. In audio profile down at the bottom, there's a box you can check for personalized audio isolation. That might help separate the receptive from the productive a little bit in your laptop setup, if you can do that.
You said personalized audio?
Yes. You go to audio settings, then down at the bottom, there's audio profile. There's a box that you can check for personalized audio isolation. And that says recommended for crowded environments. It would also work where you're having issues with your receptive getting into your productive and looping on internal mics and speakers on a laptop.
Okay, if I can excuse myself for one moment, I'm going to have my partner come in here.
Well, let's not worry about it. Let's see. You know,
okay.
It's not been distracted to the point where I think it's ruining our audio record. So let's go ahead, just continue on.
We've spoken before on Teams, and it hasn't been an issue, so I'm not sure. Okay, Mr. Shockey, sorry about that. I am on page 5-8 of Exhibit R18, and this page is describing the Home in Tacoma program, which there's been some testimony about so far. And you said you've had the opportunity to review some of the background on that. Is that right?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
So I think we may come back to this page, but just for an introduction to that program, I wanted to go to Exhibit R13, which is the final environmental impact statement for Home in Tacoma Phase 2. And I suppose I'll just state, not as a question, that Home in Tacoma Phase 2, in terms of legislation, was recently passed by the city, will take in effect in February. Our argument is not that the standards of that legislation apply to the decision here, but rather that some elements of what's described in those materials are relevant to the questions before the examiner, and of course the examiner will make the decision on how persuasive that is. But at first, I just wanted to point out some places in this final environmental impact statement that provides some background on the program. So, Mr. Shockey, I'm going to page 15 of this Exhibit R13 and looking at the section labeled proposal description at the bottom. Does this summarize the Home in Tacoma Phase 1 as completed in December 2021 and consisting of amendments to the comprehensive plan, as well as changes to the housing growth strategy, policies, and programs, along with other code and programmatic action.
Yes, that's what it says.
Thank you. And going down to page 26 of this exhibit under the section 1.1 project history. Again, first, not asking you to read this out loud, but does this provide sort of further detail on the components of that home in Tacoma Phase 1?
Yes.
And going to page 32 of this exhibit under the section 1.2 proposal description, does this section contain a description regarding Phase 2?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Although we're in the section describing Phase 2, I wanted to point out the text on this page that says a key component of Phase 1 was to adopt a new future land use map, which replaced all single-family and multifamily low-density land use designations with low-scale and mid-scale residential. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what's the significance of those changes that were made in Phase 1?
Well, and in this section and other parts of the plan and the how the city has responded to the GMA mandates, it's a step up as far as what's going to occur in single-family areas. The attempt here, I believe, by the city is to in trying to achieve those 59,000 housing units, if I can call them that, they need to get more density out of their residential areas. And they're saying in these policies that you've just cited that whereas before things single-family areas were strictly that they were low scale and mid scale, and they've sort of brought those together and said we're going to come up with different tools, and we'll be talking about, I'm sure, the UR zones here in a moment. But it's to boost densities and to throughout the city, and to broaden the array of housing types to cater to different segments of the population. And that, to me, forms the basis for the group housing tools and regulations that they are coming up with. So it's creating additional density from the existing city in a manner that's certainly compatible with the neighborhoods they're locating in, but with a higher number of units than before.
Thank you. And Mr. Shockey, this section also references City of Tacoma Ordinance number 28793, and that was the ordinance that implemented the Phase 1 code changes. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think we went into this in our hearing brief, so I need to ask you, I think, too much about it, but that was the ordinance that included the addition of what we've been calling Section 26. The conditional use permit provision under which this project was permitted. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so would it be fair in your professional opinion to see the permitting of the conditional use permitting of projects such as this one under that Section 26 as part of what's authorized and by the Home in Tacoma program and what those policies are trying to achieve?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Thank you. And then just, I guess, to reaffirm what I just said, not in the form of a question. You've also reviewed the ordinance number 28986, which is the ordinance that will implement the Home in Tacoma Phase 2 changes. Is that right?
That's correct. I have reviewed it.
And that ordinance is not yet effective and will not be effective until February 2025. Is that right?
Yeah, it was adopted in November of this year, but it takes effect in February of next year.
Thank you. So with all this in mind, Mr. Shockey, I wanted to ask you a bit about the question that we've been discussing at length of affordability, and going back to actually, let me just make sure I know where I'm going back to, but I think the issue as it's been discussed is whether, given that this project is not committing to particular levels of rent or subsidization or something else that might be technically defined as affordable housing on various metrics, whether it could be seen as contributing to the need for affordable housing in the city. So in your professional opinion, does it contribute to meeting that need?
Absolutely. Whoops, I'm sorry, I heard some feedback there. It does, the project that's we're all talking about, the Amici House, it does provide affordable housing to people who need it, and potentially including single adults. And as was mentioned before, these are single adults that are starting careers, and most importantly, and I run into this a lot, people trying to find that first residence, that first home to set up, so that eventually, if they're paying affordable prices for the housing they're in now, that they can be saving to develop the equity to buy that first market rate house sometime in the future. So it serves their needs as well. Whether they're workers or students or whatever, it's getting them housed during those formative periods, and so that they can continue on with whatever their life objective is. And most importantly, the project, we have an existing building, formerly a church, but as people testified before, that's adaptable to this type of group housing facility. And the neighborhood, I'm sure, the church having been there for 100 years or more, they're used to that particular structure being available in their community. So the whole the housing principles that are outlined in the One Tacoma plan, my opinion, are very well reflected in the project being proposed.
Thanks, Mr. Shockey. I just wanted to follow up on a couple things you said. You talked about the project serving the needs of people at a particular stage of life. In your opinion, would the project contribute to the need for affordable housing of people who are looking for housing at that level, regardless of their age or their professional status, or whether or not they're in school?
Yeah, and I certainly listened to the testimony regarding the observation about potential age structure and that sort of thing. And I listened to that, and I agree with it. That was an identification of possible constituencies that would be using this group housing, but by no means was it providing or imposing a strict age restriction on that housing. The housing that's being designed and proposed at Amici, I'm sure would have a market with virtually anybody in the community that's in that life situation.
Thank you. I want to ask you about a few other comprehensive plan policies, Mr. Shockey. I'm going now to actually one of NTNU's exhibits, Exhibit A 27, which is the design and development chapter of the comprehensive plan. And on PDF page 10 of that document, it cites policy DD 4.2 at the bottom of the screen here, which says encourage more housing choices to accommodate a wider diversity of family sizes, incomes, and ages, allow adaptive reuse of existing buildings, and the creation of diverse infill housing types, such as accessory dwelling units, to serve the changing needs of the household over time. Mr. Shockey, in your opinion, is the project consistent with this policy?
Yeah, it's there's mention of ADUs and some of that, or accessory dwelling units and that sort of thing. But the overall, the group housing that's being proposed at Amici certainly fits within the list of so-called missing middle, if you will, housing types that's discussed in the policies you just cited. So it provides housing choice to a diverse population, provides that equitable access. So yes, it very much is in line with those policies.
Thank you. And specifically, does this project fit with the portion of this policy that talks about adaptive reuse of existing buildings?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So you just mentioned the middle missing middle housing chapter, so I wanted to talk about that. I'm going back to Exhibit R18, and I'm going to page 5-12, which is a section that talks about missing middle housing. And so the first thing I want to ask is, could you read the second sentence of this first paragraph? Starting with the word however.
However, to meet Tacoma's housing goals, infill would also need to occur in single-family areas, which constitute about 75% of the area where residential development is allowed.
And what does that sentence mean to you?
It tells me that to the extent, and this not only applies to Tacoma, but numerous other cities, that they grew and evolved with single-family detached neighborhoods, along with other types of land uses. But what this is saying is that we need to find more density within those traditional single-family areas, and that involves so-called infill, and when there are various housing types that fall within the definition of middle housing, which provide that infill that the Tacoma plan calls for, and certainly one of those being the group housing type facility.
Thank you. So I want to ask you about that as well. Looking further down this page, starting with the words missing middle in quotes, I guess I'll just read it. This says missing middle housing is a range of multi-unit or clustered housing types compatible in scale with single-family homes. And then do you see above that there is a graphic showing a number of types of what are identified as missing middle housing.
Yes, I see that. Mhm.
And is group housing one of those types that's listed here?
It's not specifically depicted on that graphic, although I think it should be. But I think if you look at the graphic and you see such things as multiplex live-work type housing, and you look at the graphic and it shows something that certainly is not a traditional single-family detached dwelling unit. The message is the same, and that is in doing the infill, you may have to come in with other housing types, but number one, that will help fill that need for the future housing, but also in a manner that's compatible with any traditional single-family neighborhoods that are going to neighbor the property.
Thank you. I think you just answered the question, but I was going to ask, does the fact that group housing is not listed here mean that it is not compatible with what has formerly been a single-family neighborhood, or that it does not serve the goals of the missing middle housing policy that's described here?
Yeah, even though you may not see it in particular, if you take the whole body of the comprehensive plan with its housing section, and you look at the different ordinances and regulations that are coming forward to implement the plan, it's pretty obvious that certainly the group housing is a desired and needed component of how we're going to infill these areas in these neighborhoods.
Thank you. Mr. Shockey, I think I just have maybe one other question for you. So I'm back in the decision, Exhibit C1, and I'm looking at the section starting on page 4, which is where the city responded to some public comments that it received, and I'm actually going on to page 5. And I just wanted to ask you about a couple of statements that the city made. At the top of page 5, the city had summarized the comments it received, saying this many young people in one area is a safety concern, and one residential advisor will not be enough supervision. And the city's response included the line, this site, like all sites within the city, will need to meet all applicable laws for occupancy as well as for nuisances. Would you agree with that statement by the city?
Yes, I do. Mm-hmm.
And further down the page, in response to the comments that are summarized as the property owners do not have a good history of being good property managers with this property or others, the city's response includes the statements, any determination related to the quality of management is outside the scope of the director's review, and then subsequently the statement, the CUP criteria are separate from past or current code violations and are analyzed as such. Do you agree with those statements by the city?
Yes, that's the whole essence of what conditional use permits are all about. And along with that, under Title III, you have enforcement provisions that allow the planning director or other city officials to ensure that any conditions that are attached to Amici House are carried out. And that if they're not carried out as required, that there's enforcement mechanisms where citizens can register a concern or a complaint, and there's a process in place in code that allows that concern to be vetted.
Thanks, Mr. Sheck. I think you said Title III, just to make sure you're referring to the enforcement provisions of Title 13, the land use code?
Yes, 13, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. And would you agree with me that those enforcement provisions also allow the city to enforce any provision of the land use code in addition to conditions of this permit in particular?
Yes, that's correct. That's the purpose of the enforcement section in 13, Title 13.
Thank you, Mr. Shockey. Those are all my questions on direct.
Okay.
All right, we have roughly 20 minutes to get into cross. Not that 20 minutes will be the whole of the cross if it's not sufficient, but we have 20 minutes till our lunchtime break. Cross-examination of this witness from Mr. Hinman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Shockey.
Good morning.
So I think a lot of the documents and discussions that you had with Mr. Cartman looked over provisions of the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan, municipal code, a lot of these general documents that you were asked to review. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What I heard less of over the course of that testimony was what you've reviewed with respect to the applicant's project. So could you tell me again what you've reviewed with respect to the applicant's project materials?
Reviewed the application. I reviewed the Axia report. Reviewed the any questions or concerns raised by the public, and compared all of that against the conditional use requirements of the city, and in order to come up with my opinion as to whether or not they had sufficiently met the conditions, and as I said, to ensure that all of the Title 13 was met, and that there was a method for making sure that any conditions attached could be looked at if somebody raised a concern about whether they're being carried out or not. So pretty much the entire application packet.
So in your mind, what is the purpose of a conditional use permit?
It's twofold. Number one are the conditions that exist in the area where a project is being proposed conducive to, and I should throw in, conditional use permits are discretionary permits. The planning director has broad authority to both approve or deny or modify a conditional use permit. So they do have the ability through that process to make sure that the setting for the project that's being proposed is in line with what the comprehensive plan anticipates and what the setting of the property is in that whatever that neighborhood is where something's going to be located. Secondly, a conditional use permit has or allows the planning director in this case to attach conditions as necessary to mitigate either under SEPA or other code requirements, but broad discretion to add conditions to a proposed project to make sure it's compatible in the area.
If I submitted an application that said, I intend to provide housing in the city of Tacoma, would that be sufficient information for you to say, I'm entitled to a conditional use permit?
You're entitled to apply for it. You're not entitled automatic based on how you described it. You're not entitled to the permit. That's what a permitted use is by and large. But this says that if you're going to use a pre-existing building for the purpose of doing an Amici House type of project, you have to go through that vetting process and prove to the city that the setting for Amici House under those circumstances is compatible with the neighborhood, and you have to abide by whatever conditions the planning director adds to the permit to ensure that compatibility.
Mr. Shockey, I'll ask you to answer my question and then stop talking, please, moving forward. It was a little lengthier than I think the question I asked. But I think the answer that I heard was no, that would be insufficient information. If I said, I intend to build housing in Tacoma, you would not have the information you need for a conditional use permit?
That's correct.
Because you would want to know some details about the proposal and the project that I'm building.
Yes.
Is one of the details you would want to know the location of my project?
Yes.
And would you agree that in general, underlying the comprehensive plan, the city of Tacoma's zoning code is intended to implement that comprehensive plan?
Yes.
And are you aware of what zone this particular project is located within?
I believe it's R2, and ultimately, I'm not sure the exact status of this, but I'm assuming in February of 2025, the zoning will be UR2.
But currently it's R2.
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
So I'm going to pull up some of these exhibits that you walked through with the applicant. Too many tabs open. This is what's been admitted as applicant's exhibit R13. I think this is the page you were looking at with the applicant at 1.7, page 32 of the PDF. And this little box here refers to middle housing that I think you discussed with the applicant at length. Is that correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when you were discussing middle housing with the applicant, you looked at an infographic that referred to a number of types. Could you list the types in this box?
If I'm understanding your question, in the box, it talks about such things as duplexes, fourplexes, courtyard housing, and multiplexes.
And I think you stated, and I'll actually refer to another exhibit from the comprehensive plan. This is exhibit R18. And I believe this is what you looked at with the applicant. This is page 512 of that document. And I think you commented that group housing was not listed here, but it should be. What do you mean that it should be? Do you mean that if you were drafting the comprehensive plan, you would have included it on this list?
Yes, just to back up the words and the policies, these are all examples of so-called missing middle type housing that the city is saying they need to address and infill. Certainly, in my opinion, the group housing is another one of those components. And just for reader understanding, probably there should have been something on that graphic that depicted that sort of a use. Although I would add that you've got some multi-story buildings there. You don't have any churches, but you have non-single family detached residential depicted on there. And I think it can be assumed that that includes group housing facilities.
So when you're looking at these comprehensive plan terms and policy statements, would you agree that in general, the goal is to implement them through provisions in the code?
Yes.
So where we're looking at comprehensive plan policy statements and general goals of the city of Tacoma, those are most reflected by what is stated in the Tacoma Municipal Code Title 13.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a fair statement. Yeah.
And you've referred a number of times, I think both on direct and just now in your answer to me, to this idea of infill. Are you familiar with the Tacoma infill pilot program into residential neighborhoods?
Not in great detail, but I do know that it's it's an item, it's a policy, it's a program.
To your knowledge, has the applicant applied under that program?
I don't have specific knowledge of that, no.
Happens every day when I get too many Word documents open. So I would like to talk a little bit about the idea of affordability. That have you been attending this hearing from the beginning?
Yes.
So you've heard what other witnesses have testified to?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you heard the applicant state that when she uses the term affordability in her application materials, she does not mean, as that term is defined anywhere in the Tacoma Municipal Code, but more by what that term means in a colloquial sense. Would you agree with that?
That's probably an accurate depiction of what she said. I don't specifically remember those exact words, but that was the gist.
So when you're analyzing a particular housing proposal, if you wanted to determine whether it constituted affordable housing, where would you look?
Well, for starters, I mean, if I have if I'm the planning official and I have a proposal brought to me, an application for a conditional use permit for an affordable housing project, knowing that affordability is one of the conditional use criteria under code, the first thing I would probably ask myself is, well, how is it affordable versus market rate or whatever? And probably first cut, I would go right to what's the as far as the future tenants and the market, how does it relate to the area-wide median income? Because they have those standards, those metrics under AMI, which a lot of people accept as a definition of affordability.
Would you want to know what rent the tenants are paying to determine whether a housing is affordable?
I would probably ask that question, but this conditional use permit for this type of facility, after all is said and done from a regulatory standpoint, it's a land use issue. Now, out of curiosity or in filling out an environmental checklist or whatever, if I want to find out what the rent structure is going to be, I may ask for that information, but I'm not sure that it's going to play a huge role in attaching conditions or approving the conditional use permit.
So the answer to the question was yes, you would want to know what the rent is before you determined whether housing was affordable.
I would likely inquire, yes.
But you stated that you think that this project does constitute affordable housing. And so I'm going to go to what I think you stated you reviewed in making that assessment. Is this the document that you referred to as the Axia application? This is Exhibit C4, page 1.
Yes, that's the one.
So was it based on your review of this document that you stated the proposal meets the need for affordable housing?
That was certainly part of it, yes. Mm-hmm. It's one of the measurements that you're going to use. It's the applicant's information, and so you're obligated to consider what the applicant is saying about what they propose to do. So that would certainly be a factor to the extent that the conditional use requirements say that it's going to serve a need in the community and serve a public benefit. Then I would certainly use documents like this to say, all right, to the extent that's a required condition for approval, they meet that condition.
I think at the start of that answer, you stated that you may have looked at some other documents as well when you made the assessment that this was an affordable housing proposal. What else does that include?
There's beyond, like an AMI sort of thing. There's there's census information, there's comp plan information. Somehow, to the extent affordability is going to be a factor in a decision or a condition, there's resources in the community like Reddit and other databases that show what current market rate is that can be compared against what median income is to come to a conclusion about whether or not it meets an affordability standard. So
that makes sense to me. Is that the analysis that you did for this proposal?
No, my reason for being asked to involve myself in this project was to see, and I'll use a very non-technical planning term, does the application as submitted meet a straight face test as far as meeting the requirements for conditional use? Was it,
I'd like to make this a little more specific because I think the question was about affordability, not the general conditional use permit criteria.
Well, affordability is one factor in the different measurements for a project. So to the extent that affordability is one of those factors, what I'm saying is that my review of the record is that they satisfactorily addressed that issue.
What part of the record makes you say that in this Axia application?
And let's get an answer to that question, and then we'll cut it off to pick up after lunch.
And I'm happy to scroll to whatever portion.
Could you?
I'm gonna kind of rephrase that question so that we can get a little
Yeah.
more specific here since we're almost to noon. Is there a specific place in the record that you can point to that you relied on for your determination that this project provides affordable housing, or will provide rather?
Yeah, and the Axia report, in fact, um, was a part of that. Yes.
Okay, but is there a specific place you can point to? Mr. Hinman was wanting to go to pages at this point. If there is a place you can point to, that's great. Or if it was just the Axia report in general, it sounds like you're pointing to.
Yeah. If I'll tell you what, if we can re-ask that question after lunch, I'll try to be more specific on what source, as I understand the question, what information sources led me to conclude that they had met the affordability criteria.
All right, let's do that then, Mr. Hinman. You can pose that question again if you want to polish it or rephrase it differently somehow when we come back. That's fine too. I thought I was trying to narrow it down and focus a little bit, but that's all right. Is there anything procedurally that we need to address before we break for lunch? We will pick up with the cross-examination of Mr. Shockey afterwards. Not hearing anything, so I'm going to just move on past that then. It is more or less noon now. We will break until 1 o'clock, and we will be in recess until then. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would note again before everybody's gone, if you can leave yourself connected so that I don't have to, play gatekeeper again when we come back, I'd really appreciate that. If you need to disconnect, that's fine, but it's not the best use of my attention to have to sit here and push the admit button over and over again for everybody who left during lunch. Thank you. I did hit the record button. We had you on the screen when I hit it, and then you walked out for a second, but you're back, so it's all good. Are we
Put it in
ready?
my office door.
Oh, good move. All right. 1 second. So when we broke for lunch at 12, it's now 1 p.m. right on the nose, and we are back and ready to go. So thank you for your promptness. We were in process of Mr. Hinman cross-examining Mr. Shockey. And so unless there's something we need to address before that, we'll go ahead and get Mr. Shockey back on the screen with us.
Okay. And if you can hear me at this point, I'm waiting for the video to show up, but we played around with the sound, so hopefully it's better.
Well, we'll see. Ever since you moved a little bit closer to your built-in mic there, you've been coming through fine. It's just that we're getting that little bit of the productive mic taking in the receptive speakers and sort of feeding that back through, and that creates a little problem. That's why I use these. I isolate my receptive here, and then I have my productive in a separate directional mic that usually does pretty well, unless my dogs are snoring at their championship levels, which they do sometimes. Doesn't pick them up most of the time. But if you fiddled around with those controls in Zoom, sometimes those help to isolate the receptive and productive a little bit better too. So hope everyone had a good lunch, and we're ready to just pick it back up with cross-examination here.
I think so.
All right, nothing came up during lunch we need to address then?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And no one else is saying anything, so I'll take that as a no. So Mr. Shockey, you are still under oath, and Mr. Hinman, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. And before lunch, I know we were starting to kind of dive into the specifics of this project as compared with some of the generalities in the comprehensive plan. Though I do want to back up briefly and just cover your engagement in this matter. When were you hired by the applicant?
Uh, Probably, I would say a week and a half ago.
Okay. So all your review of the matters that we discussed has been in that last week and a half.
Yes,
And you are not involved in any drafting or preparation of any of the application materials because your involvement came after the director's decision.
that's correct.
So I am pulling back up the exhibit we left off on. This is everyone's favorite exhibit C4. I don't believe we'd gone to a particular location in the document, but I think the question that I posed before the break was on direct for Mr. Cartman, you'd stated that you believe this project offers affordable housing. And I'm looking for what you considered, and I know you mentioned that you reviewed this Axia document or this conditional use permit application. I'm looking for what informed that analysis that this is affordable housing.
And a couple of items, and I thought about this over lunch. And as far as and to the affordability point, when I was reviewing the information, there were several methodologies that people used to come up with how many residents would be allowed under the permit. And those estimates ranged anywhere from the low 20s. Actually, one methodology would get you into the 70-person area. And I was focusing not on the 21 or 29 or 75. I was focused on 51 because that is what the applicant is requesting. So then I compared that with a couple of the different methodologies, and I said, well, 51 falls within this range. So if the applicant on their own volition are wanting 50 plus one residences, and it falls within that range, then I can make a finding comfortably that that it meets the conditional use requirement as far as how many residents will be allowed. Beyond that, my thought was, it's unusual anyway for conditional use permits to impose a rent or to even try to limit the number of residents if they fall within an acceptable range. So I took the applicant at their word that they want 51 residents. 51 fits within that range, and not as a primary criteria for a conditional use permit, but as an observation. People have been using that term affordable housing that's part of this package. The applicant feels that they are going to find a price point on rentals that is going to incentivize them to do the project. And part of that incentivizing is they're going to be able to rent to residents at a level that's affordable to that group of residents. So that was my line of thinking on the thing.
So, in terms of answering the question, which again was, what about this project makes it affordable? I think the only thing I heard in that answer was the number 51 residents. Is there anything else specific about this project?
I go back to the policy review, and the city has several policies in its comprehensive plan that talk about infill, talk about increasing the density within these neighborhoods, and the notion, if not the direct statement, that the more we can infill and increase density, then that is going to make housing more affordable in these areas. So
If I proposed a plan and the only information that you had about it is that I intend to house 100 residents there, would you make a determination that I was offering affordable housing?
I would go to the issue of the 100, using your example, because that exceeds the range, and that would tend to put a stop or a hold on processing that conditional use permit, and asking the applicant to go back and adjust their numbers so that they do fall within that range. And then they would determine at that point, can I get a rental on that reduced number of units or residents in order to make this project pencil? If somebody came to me and with a conditional use permit application and said, I've got 100 units versus your range of 50, 60, whatever, and they're all affordable, I would push back on that.
So you think that more goes into whether a particular structure is affordable than the number of units? There are other factors you would consider?
No, there's other factors involved in the conditional use review. Affordability is certainly one of them.
Right now, I'm only talking about affordability. I realize there are other factors in the conditional use permit as a whole.
Okay, as long as you understand that affordability is not the only factor I considered, then affordability certainly would be a factor that I would look at in reviewing the request.
But in determining whether it's affordable, you would look at the number of residents. I think you established that. You have that number as 51. And you have the details of the comprehensive plan that promotes affordable housing. But if you're determining whether a proposal is affordable, are there any data points you would look at other than that number of 51 residents?
I'm gonna answer that no within the context of your question, because the 50 plus one, that's the applicant's request. My job as a permit reviewer is to see if that 51 number, that however they came up with that.
I'm asking in the abstract, not about this project.
You are asking in the abstract?
It's a hypothetical question Mr. Hinman has posed.
It's not the only factor. I'm sorry if I'm not being responsive, but the context of the question, if the citizen is requesting 51 units and that falls within the range of affordability, then I'm going to move on to review the other factors in granting the conditional use permit.
Okay, now I was going to move on, but now I want to back up again and clarify that because you just talked about the range of affordability. And when you're determining the range of affordability for a project, you're looking at the comprehensive plan, you're looking at the code on the one hand, and then you're looking at the proposal that's being submitted on the other hand. And in terms of specifically this side, the proposal, information other than the number of residents is important to determine whether this is an affordable proposal, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you spoke about some of these additional conditional use permit criteria as well. So I think in your direct, you had mentioned what you described as diversity, equity, and inclusion being a part of the comprehensive plan. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
And in your view, this proposal promotes those goals? I think you
Yes.
said that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and again, I think a lot of time was spent on direct looking at the goals themselves and the comprehensive plan. I want to look at this particular project. So could you describe what aspect of this project makes you say that it, to use the language of the housing goals, ensures equitable access to housing?
Uh, it's equitable access involves equal access to all segments of the population, uh, uh, flexible uh, options so that they can adapt the type, the living situation of residents uh, to what they feel that segment of the population demands and wants and needs. And the main feature, equitable access, means that to one extent or another, those same population segments cannot or having great difficulty in finding housing that meets that balance between affordability and livability, if you will. So it's kind of equal treatment.
So what I'm hearing from you is kind of relating back to that previous issue we were discussing of affordability. That because I think you talked about that community, or what do you mean by that?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, I will. It was poorly worded. I hear in your answer, it sounds like when you say that this proposal um, ensures equitable access to housing, you're basing your conclusion on the previous conclusion that this proposal provides affordable housing. Would you agree with that?
Basing it in part, yes. That's certainly one of the factors.
What else is it based on?
What I just mentioned. It's that whole diversity, equity, inclusion benchmark for what for reviewing comprehensive plans that communities are developing.
Yes, I understand that part of the comprehensive plan. And again, what I'm trying to get at is this project. And I understand you to be saying, well, this project provides affordable housing, and that requires review of something other than the number. We walked through the affordable housing aspect of it. But what other than, assuming we disagree on whether they've shown that it's affordable, what else goes to show that this goal is met and they're ensuring equitable access to housing?
Well, I'm repeating myself over and over. It's the whole diversity, equity, inclusion, and that means that you're going to have sufficient number of housing within a type that's demanded or wanted by segments of the population. In particular, that segment of the population that for whatever reason has difficulty or is being excluded from the housing market because they're not getting housing at a price they can afford with the living features that they need, safe shelter and that sort of thing. I really, sorry if I'm not being responsive, but that's my answer.
I'll accept that answer. Thank you. Are you aware of anything about this proposal that shows how it meets this next goal, H3, to promote safe, healthy housing?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble reading the.
Sure, I can zoom
Let
in.
me
Zoom in a bit, please.
Okay. We'll see. And you're looking at goal H3, the goal itself.
That's correct.
Yeah. As far as that particular goal, it's certainly within the built-up part of the city as opposed to a rural type of environment where using transportation as one example, workers have to go pretty far to get from home to work, whereas these are projects that provide housing with along transit corridors or near to workplaces, so that people do have mobility as far as being able to live in the community and work in the community.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to disagree that the housing is connected to the rest of the city, which would presumably go to approve any project at this site. But I was asking about the first part of goal H3, safe and healthy housing. Are you aware of any part of this proposal that suggests the housing will be safe or healthy?
It's conversely, I don't see anything about this project as far as me as a permit person, me as the official permitter, in reviewing a conditional use permit, I don't see anything about this project which would cause me to say, sorry, you do not get your conditional use permit because you haven't met that goal. As far as I'm concerned, they are providing, as the goal says, safe and healthy housing. And it is conveniently accessing the workplace and other amenities and services. So I would have no reason to say they have not met that goal.
Have you reviewed other proposals in the past that put, for example, 7 unrelated individuals who don't know each other into a single bedroom?
It's kind of a loaded question. I do know, I believe I'm correct, that the regulations define dwelling unit, and the regulations specifically state that occupancy of dwellings are not limited to formal families. They can also be available to unrelated individuals. And then we have the
Hang on a second. That's not the question Mr. Hinman asked. He asked if, in your experience, you've ever permitted a project that put 7 unrelated individuals into occupancy of the same room.
You mean just as historical fact, you mean?
In your experience, that's what he
in my, I can't recall a project that had those characteristics that came before me for review.
All right.
Yes, my question was not about the code.
And I butt in about that because it seems like we've got a lot going on right now of a question gets asked, the exact question does not necessarily get answered. It kind of is close, related somehow, but it's not the right question, or it's not answering the exact question. And then we're also on the other side, we're asking a lot of questions, I think, and this is not just limited to Mr. Hinman. This has been happening, I think, throughout the proceedings so far. Council doesn't get the answer that it wants necessarily. And so we ask the question again. And somewhere along the way, the question has probably been answered even if it's in a circuitous route, but we still don't have the answer we want. So we keep asking the question. And under the hearing examiner rules of procedure, I have the authority to get things moving again. And if we're getting too repetitive and too cumulative on things, I do have the authority to get it moving. So witnesses, please pay close attention to the questions being asked. Counsel, try to follow the rules of evidence and don't ask complex compound questions. Be precise with your questioning so that a precise answer can be given. Can we do that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go team. And just to put us back in context, Mr. Hinman, you tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you were asking in his experience if he'd ever permitted something like is proposed here, where there'd be 7 unrelated people occupying the same room. And when we finally pinned that down, he said that he couldn't recall ever permitting something like that. That's where I think we left off before my little soapbox. So
that was my understanding. I'll move on from there.
And I wasn't necessarily telling you had to move on from any particular line of questioning. I broke in because you weren't getting the answer you asked for, not for the question you posed anyway. So I just thought I would, a little witness instruction, a little counsel instruction along the way to try to keep us moving forward, because we're in the last quarter of our scheduled hearing days.
I think we have the answer on safe and healthy housing. And looking at these goals, these are similar to the ones we discussed, which is why I didn't walk through each one of these in detail with some of the other witnesses. But have you seen anything about this project that shows it will be providing resource efficient and high performance housing?
Yeah, I was a little stuck on what meant by high performance housing, but as I understand it, it's get as many units as you can in these infill projects within the urban center, but in line with adequate services being provided. So I think I understand the goal, and I believe that the proposed project can meet that goal.
So when you said services provided, you're talking about kind of the operation of this facility?
And the surrounding area. You don't, under that heading of infrastructure, we typically, if we're reviewing a project for permitting purposes, when I'm representing public agencies, we look at the impact on infrastructure, and if that's going to get overloaded, and then we either require mitigation or it weighs against approval of the permit.
And when you talk about impacts to infrastructure, traffic would be among those,
Yes.
as well as the well-being of the surrounded community as a result of this project.
Well, not as far as a specific finding. Well-being of the surrounding community is a bit nebulous. But to the extent people are impacting, say, sewers or water, even open space in some cases, that would factor into a judgment on the impact on services within particular neighborhoods.
So would you want to know anything about the management plan for a facility like this when you were determining if, for example, they provide safe and healthy housing?
I don't think that falls within the purview of the local government permitting agency under conditional use. As I understand your question, having to do with the management of the facility, we want to make sure that that it's suitably served and is not negatively affecting the neighborhood, but not in the precise terms you just gave. It's typical review of any project.
One other exhibit I would like to share with you before we conclude here. We spoke a moment ago about, oh, I'm not screen sharing. We spoke a moment ago about the impacts to the community to include traffic. I've pulled up what's been marked Exhibit R9, which is the traffic engineering memo that was prepared for this project. Have you reviewed this document?
Briefly, yes. Mm-hmm.
I guess I would object to questioning on this document as beyond the scope of direct.
I think it goes to the, well, I think consistent with my presentation across the cross, direct was about what the comprehensive plan says, and I'm trying to show that this proposal does not meet that comprehensive plan, which is why I'm going into the details on the proposal.
Would there still have to have been some testimony on direct in regard to traffic for that to be a fair subject to examine this witness on? And I know we said, you know, we're going to have some latitude on things, but Mr. Shockey was not on NTNU's list, so he's not a shared one. We're not looking at this as essentially direct examination by both parties that called him as a witness. This is more traditional cross-examination. In my 30 years in the legal profession, I've always kind of had a rule of thumb that cross-examination shouldn't be longer than direct, because if it is, you're kind of treading out of the bounds of the initial scope of it. And I think we're getting there. I understand, you know, if we say we're examining issues of the comp plan because that was brought up on direct, you know, the comp plan is a multi-thousand page document. So, you know, where do we draw the line with that? I'm going to need you to tie it back into direct a little bit more for me, Mr. Hinman. Mr. Shockey
Fair
hasn't
enough.
hasn't testified that he has expertise as a traffic engineer. I don't recall traffic being brought up during direct, but if you can tell me why this is relevant and why I need to hear it in order to make my decision, I'm still okay with you trying to tie that in.
If
You want
Mr.
to give
Shockey
another
is stating
run?
that his conclusions that this proposal does meet the conditional use criteria are not based on any traffic impacts, then I can ignore the traffic impacts as well.
Well, let me voir dire the witness here for just a moment. Mr. Shockey, you said you briefly reviewed the study that 10W put together, correct?
Yes.
And did you do that review for the purpose of trying to determine whether any specific impacts to traffic would make this particular proposed use either able to be approved or such that it should? Now, see, I'm asking bad questions. Was your review intended to assist you in forming an overall opinion as to whether the conditional use should be approved based on traffic impacts?
I looked at this information because it was part of the application packet. I reviewed it not to make qualitative judgments on the traffic report or the impacts or proposed mitigation. It was just, does this report that's been submitted as part of the application, since it was submitted as part of the application, is it does it have the appearance and content of a bona fide traffic study? And
Okay.
Yeah, first thing I looked at was.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm interjecting again. I get to do that. You weren't reviewing it then to be able to come to this hearing and opine on the sufficiency of the traffic study, or necessarily opining with any sort of expertise on whether the traffic projections for the project would be such that it would be compatible still with the CUP criteria. Is that correct?
That's correct.
More of just making sure that you've seen everything on the way to testifying about what the applicant was asking you to testify about, which wasn't traffic, unless Mr. Hinman can refresh me to something that was traffic related on direct. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was check the box. I see it. I know that it's part of the packet, and I moved on.
So then, attempting as best I can to go back to where Mr. Hinman was characterizing things, your overall opinion on this particular conditional use permit is not necessarily founded on an in-depth review of your own on the projected traffic impacts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Hinman, back to you.
With that, I'm happy to cease this line of questioning. I do have just one final short line of questioning. I think you stated earlier that you thinking the best way to word this question, did not believe that any kind of management of the facility or code of conduct for the residents will be relevant at the conditional use permit stage. Was that right?
Yes.
Have you recommended similar codes of conduct on any proposals you've examined in the past at a conditional use permit stage?
I have recommended conditions be attached to permits that the applicant needs to abide by. And I've recommended in some cases that concomitant agreements be entered into and dealing with impacts. So I certainly have attached conditions to permits.
And that depends on the character of the particular proposal. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, I look at the conditions that are already a part of the project that I didn't write, but I look at whatever conditions that come along with the project, validate those and say, yes, those help to mitigate the impacts for this conditional use permit. And in some cases, I have recommended additional conditions be attached.
Mr. Examiner, I have a document that hasn't formally been made an exhibit. I would like to use it just to see if Mr. Shockey is familiar with it, given that he was put on the witness list at the same time my exhibit list was due. I'll represent, it is a hearing examiner decision that discusses another project. I believe he provided an opinion. There's just one sentence from it I'd like to ask him about.
You can introduce it, whether the parties raise objections to it or not remains to be seen. And Mr. Karpman, I think we need to see it before you raise your objection. I mean, other than if you're just objecting to timeliness on it, timeliness of introduction, you can certainly put that on the record now, but maybe hang on to that and you can make any other objection you'd like to, if you'd like to, once we've seen it.
Mr. Sharkey, does this appear to be a decision from Island County Hearing Examiner matter where you were retained to provide an opinion?
And I'm going to object to that question. This was not even emailed to us 5 minutes ago, let alone placed on the exhibit list. We've had no opportunity to look at it, review it, discuss it with Mr. Shockey, understand what it is. I object.
The objection is noted, and I'm gonna hold ruling on it until we see what he's trying to use it for. The question on it thus far has been innocuous enough. He just asked him to identify what it is if he could. And I don't find any harm in that at this point. We do need to get it identified and have some foundation on it before we start looking at content and determine whether the content is something that the other parties want to object on. So hang on to that. You've noted it for the record. I'll give you a ruling on it in a minute. I'm not prepared to. Let me explain myself. It is not timely. Okay, so that's a well-founded objection, but whether it prejudices you or not is going to depend on what he's trying to introduce it for. That's what I'm waiting for at this point.
And I can provide an offer of proof on that. I'll state that.
Well, let's get to what you want to ask him about. I mean, that's where the proof comes. Probably you can tell us about it, and then we can go see it. But let's just see it.
Well, I can simply move forward with waiting for an answer to my initial question, or I can tell you why I'm trying to offer this.
I think the initial question should be asked. If he can identify what it was, if he's familiar with it, he should do that at this point.
And if I may, my response is I recognize the document. It's been a while. I'm not sure I could take a pop quiz on the content. And I'm not, without having some context as to why it's being introduced today.
Which is yet to come still.
Yes, thank you.
And I understand what you're saying. It looks like this was from a hearing in 2022, so it's a couple of years going on 3 years old, and to that extent, if he asks you about things you don't recall on it, that's the answer. But we're still making our way to what it is that is important about this document to have it introduced at this point. So I think the answer was he recognizes it and then couched that with it's been a while.
That's fair enough. I'm scrolling to page 7 of that document that states on January 3rd, 2022.
Hang on one second. For my benefit, we're here at paragraph 9. Is this in findings of fact? Is this in conclusions of law? What section of the decision is this in? I would like to know for my own purposes.
Sure.
So we're in the findings section, paragraph 9 then, correct?
I don't believe that is how they label it. Because this number one starts.
Well, I didn't see another heading in there other than findings. We're in findings 1, 2, 3, 4, a bunch of subsections, and then
Yes,
we're at
I'll agree
9.
with you. Findings, paragraph 9.
I after 8 years, I feel like I'm at least somewhat qualified to wade my way through a hearing examiner decision. Not that all of us organize in the same way, but it looks like finding 9. And you've got me oriented. Go ahead, Mr. Hammond.
Yes, here at finding 9 in the document states the appellant in this case, and again, this is without discussing the particular of this project, submitted a letter prepared by Reed Shockey of Shockey Planning Group that addressed alleged errors and bases for appeal of the SPR decision. And specifically, I would like to look to the bottom of the assertions in this letter that discusses mitigation of impacts from a full build out.
So for
shelter.
for the audio record, we are on the final bullet of finding 9. I can't see a page number because we're not down far enough.
Page 7.
Page 7 of 21.
Mitigation of impacts from a full build out of the shelter should include an agreed code of conduct to protect the health, safety, and welfare of shelter guests, employees, and surrounding residents and businesses. So really, I'm just looking to whether in some proposals, and I realize you're making a different recommendation on this one, you would agree, again, and I can offer this purely for the purposes of impeachment, that a code of conduct for residents may be an important part of a condition placed in a conditional use permit.
I'm going to object again to that question. We have not had the opportunity to review this. Again, this could have been emailed to us during the lunch break. Springing it on us in a surprise manner like this is not appropriate, and not just not timely, is I think not in the spirit of disclosure, and I object to this.
Well, other than the timing, what's your prejudice, Mr. Carpman?
We have not even said what.
In saying that, though, let me continue on. I think, Mr. Hinman, I think you mischaracterized the question here. You're saying you're offering it for impeachment, and you insinuated that Mr. Shockey had said that he could never possibly fathom putting the type of condition on that would require a code of conduct. He didn't say that. That's not what I heard. I did not hear him say that he could never fathom making a condition of a conditional use permit something along the lines of having a manager who oversees or having a code of conduct that residents are supposed to abide by. I never heard him say that. If you did, we were listening to something else. He said that he didn't, my recollection is he didn't see that as factoring in for this particular one. And you're trying to show him now that he has actually said that would be a good idea in another case that he testified in. Okay, fine.
And if that's the testimony, I'm happy to move on, and I can withdraw my motion.
That's what the document says. So I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Shockey. Do you deny that this was part of your recommendation for this particular case, if you recall?
Looking at the material on the screen, no, I'm sure I did write that, and I'm sure I was a party to developing that document. But I would add to that, if I may, that the paragraph that they're talking about, that they should be required to provide a code of conduct to protect blah, blah, blah. That's precisely what I had just said, was that conditional use permits are intended to define conditions which need to be imposed on a project to protect health, safety, and welfare, or a concomitant agreement, or other mechanisms to get those assurances. And this tells me that's exactly what I did in the Whidbey Island case.
So, Mr. Kirkman, going back to your objection then, in a project that itself has proposed having a resident assistant on site who lives there, who would oversee and help the residents maintain proper conduct, and that, at least from an encouragement standpoint, as opposed to a mandatory participation standpoint, Christian values and things are going to sort of be promoted at this project as intended, without requiring anything in that regard at this stage. Where is the prejudice from showing that Mr. Shockey has actually suggested this sort of thing before, when it's sort of suggested here too? I'm missing that. Help me out.
If I'm understanding your characterization correctly, Mr. Examiner, and if we're talking about, I guess any residential facility has a lease, right? And a lease lays out conditions, and to the extent that we're talking about there will be, expectations or rules that residents are required to follow, that's fine. And it sounds to me like your characterization was correct. I think, again, this being the very first time I'm seeing this document, I don't know what project is being permitted. I don't know what context Mr. Shockey's advice was offered in. It looks like it's referencing a shelter, for one thing, as opposed to the type of residence that we're talking about here. It also doesn't look like that bullet point is saying that this needs to be the condition of a permit or
but
a criterion for a permit.
You're going way far afield from
Well,
what it's being offered for at this point. It was being offered just to show that Mr. Shockey has recommended this sort of thing before. For that purpose, fine. Who cares? Let's move on at this point. Your objection is overruled. It has very, very limited import here. But I don't see how it prejudices you, in spite of the fact that it should have been shown around to the parties far, far sooner. I agree with you there, but I don't see the prejudice to it. If we're going to start delving into this document more, I may cut it off.
I'm finished with my questions about it, Mr. Examiner.
And you're right, Mr. Karpman. It does look like it was for a shelter, which is a different use and all of that sort of thing. But I mean, who cares? The limited purpose that it was offered for here, we've beat to death now, and so let's just move on from it.
That's fine, Mr. Examiner. I guess I would ask that it not be used for any purpose or argued about for any purpose other than as you've just articulated, because I
won't let it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm the one who decides that. So if it were to be argued at some point, whether it's oral closing arguments, written closing arguments, whatever, for something more than what we've just sort of prescribed around it, all that would serve to do would be to annoy me, because it serves no other purpose at this point. From the standpoint of it being used by Mr. Hinman to remind Mr. Shockey that he has recommended things like that before. Okay, fine.
And that was largely in the view that I intended it. My questioning of Mr. Shockey is concluded there.
See, I feel like I'm just killing everybody's questioning here when we get off into these tangents that I have to soapbox on. You're sure you're done, Mr. Hinman? I didn't want to cut you off prematurely with anything there.
That was the last thing.
Unless there's a reason to cut you off, which I suppose I have done too. But
that was the final issue I wanted to go into with him. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Are you proposing that the page 1 that identifies the document and the page with finding 9 on there be admitted as an exhibit at this point? Or are you satisfied that its place in the record would be in the transcript as having been referenced and all of that good stuff to remind Mr. Shockey that he has indeed proposed codes of conduct being a condition on a conditional use permit?
I think that's sufficient. I don't need it to be admitted as a documentary exhibit. I will provide a copy if Mr. Karpman would like to review it. I can email it to you right now.
I think you should probably send it to Mr. Karpman and Mr. Victor, as well as to my office. I'm much happier not assigning it an exhibit number and making it a formal exhibit at this point. Mr. Karpman, did you want to make a record on that?
Mr. Examiner, it sounded to me like you just said that Mr. Shockey had recommended codes of conduct as a condition on a conditional use permit before, and I thought we had just made clear that that's not clearly what this was.
Well, I without reading through the whole document, who knows? That's what it was being characterized as. But again, who cares? Well, he offered it as a condition on there.
I believe he offered it as a recommendation according to the text of that
Right,
document.
a
I don't think
recommend a
it's clear that
recommended
it was-
condition as a
No.
witness in a proceeding.
Mr. Examiner, respectfully, I did not hear, perhaps I am misremembering. I did not hear Mr. Shockey say a condition on a conditional use permit. A recommendation that a project have a code of conduct may be made as a recommendation. I think the question of what is a condition on a conditional use permit is relevant to this hearing and characterizing a document that.
Well,
It's
it's not even going to be an exhibit, Mr. Carpman. It's not even going to be an exhibit. It's been referenced. Mr. Shockey testified after seeing it that he did write that it was a condition on some permit. I don't know. I don't think Mr. Hinman ever established that it was a conditional use permit. Whether
I
it was
don't believe I did. I don't.
whether it was or it wasn't isn't necessarily germane to me, and I'm the one who makes the decision. So, again, this whole thing that we're still spinning on is of very, very limited value to me as the decision maker. I will tell you that right now. I don't think it's something worth getting spun up about. It's not going to be an exhibit. And you're right. I don't think he did establish that it was a condition, proposed condition on a conditional use permit. It was on some land use action that looked like, from just reading what we read, was for a shelter. Different type of project. Anything else you want to add?
No, you've overruled our objection. And I understand what you're saying, Mr. Examiner.
All right. Do Mr. Hinman get it out to the parties, please?
I just emailed it up a moment ago.
Great, thank you. And you're finished with your cross-examination?
That's correct.
Okay. Before I turn him back for redirect, I have at least one question, but before I do that, I want to ask if Mr. Victor has cross-examination questions for this witness. I'll let Mr. Victor go first.
I do not have questions for Mr. Shockey, Mr. Examiner.
Okay.
I would ask whether there are other undisclosed documents that will be raised during the rest of this proceeding. And that doesn't have to be answered. I just feel like I need to ask that.
Well, since you asked it, I'd love for it to be answered too. Anyone got anything you're still holding in reserve?
I do not.
Mr. Carpman?
Nope.
I presumed you didn't, because anyway. All right, that's good. I won't expect anything more then. So here's my question, Mr. Shockey. And we've kind of gone around this a little bit, but based on your training experience as a planner and SEPA official and all of those things that you mentioned, and your years in private practice as a planning and development consultant, did you form an opinion on whether this particular conditional use permit, the use as proposed, and again, there's no actual use going on yet. We're all just looking at what the intention is as stated in the application as background, and then what's in the director's decision, what the director's actually approved. Did you form your own opinion as to whether this type of group home could be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood that it's proposed to exist in?
Yeah,
So the first part of the answer to that is yes or no. Did you form an opinion on the compatibility?
I would say yes.
Okay. And what was your opinion as to compatibility for this particular proposed group home use at this location?
My opinion is that the city has amended its code to allow this type of group housing in single-family residential zones, subject to issuance of a conditional use permit, which can make a finding that there is no incompatibility between this type of use in that neighborhood based upon the policies of the city to allow group housing to occur.
And you put it back on the city. I asked your opinion.
My opinion in that regard is that in any single family residential zone, you have uses that are not single family detached dwelling units. There's a need for other types of services, other types of uses in single family residential zones. And historically, those have always been allowed under some circumstance.
That still doesn't tell me your opinion on compatibility. I
On
mean,
whether it's
you'll have to
compatible
excuse
or
me, but I'm a
incompatible?
stickler for getting my actual question answered. I asked whether in your review of this, you had formed an opinion for yourself as to whether this particular conditional use group home as proposed could be compatible with the neighborhood that it's proposed to be located in. You said, yes, you had formed an opinion. I asked what that opinion was. And first you put it back to what the city has authorized, which doesn't tell me what your opinion is. And then you sort of couch things historically about, well, these types of uses exist within residential neighborhoods. That doesn't answer the question as to what your opinion is about this particular use, this particular location, whether you think it can be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
And my answer to that latter point or question is yes, it's possible that this use, the 50+1 in a former church building in that neighborhood can be compatible, can be deemed compatible.
And that's what I was asking. So thank you for asking the question. And you anticipated my subpart 1 to that question. You said at 51. So this group home with 51 residents, it's not your testimony that it would be without some impacts, but those impacts are at a level that still can be compatible with the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
And those impacts, if the residents of the group home were 29 rather than 51, those impacts still compatible at 51, in your opinion, those impacts would be lesser with a lower number of occupants. True or not true?
True.
All right. Okay, that's my belabored question. Mr. Carpenter, back to you for redirect.
I don't have any redirect. Thank you very much, Mr. Shafi.
All right. Thank you for your testimony today. Sorry you've been beaten on a little bit, but I like to get the answers to questions as they're posed. Not that all the rest of it wasn't helpful and informative, but thank you very much for your testimony today.
Like I indicated, I've been beaten on for 56 years. This today was fine. Thank you.
Well, good. All right, then. So, Mr. Carbman, tell us where we're at.
We have completed the applicant's case in chief.
Okay. Let's see. Let's talk scheduling for just a moment before we move to city's case. City has 2 witnesses, and I will just tell you a lot of my questions on the purely legal issues, I think are things that the answers to them should come from the city. And so I'm looking at the city in its role as respondent on this, really to defend the director's decision that it made. Not that the burden of proof is on the city. The burden of proof is not on the city. The burden of proof is on the applicants to show that the 29 occupancy limit was in error or should be reversed. And the burden of proof is on NTNU for all of its issues. And there are a number of them, so I won't go through them all one by one. But Mr. Shockey, I'm going to let you go back into anonymity here since we're done with you. You're certainly welcome to continue observing. But I am looking to, well, I'll just ask the questions as I need to ask them. I'm not going to tell the city how to present its case, but I am hoping to get some more information maybe than was just in the briefing and argued in the briefing in regard to a few things. And I may have to get that through asking questions. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed or something. I don't know. So there we go. We are at 2:00. I am anticipating that both Mr. Carpman and Mr. Hinman are going to want to cross-examine city witnesses in some detail. Is that a fair assumption? Mr.
That's my
Hinman?
hope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm guessing that the cross-examination might actually be longer than the direct. And I think under the circumstances, that's probably okay. I only have till 4:30 again today because other things keep coming into my office, and we have to deal with those before the end of the day with my staff. I am guessing that we may very well not get through today. So in the back of your minds, be thinking what's going to work for you as the parties if we have to reconvene, and we'll address that if we need to when we get to that point. So with that said, without taking up any more time then, Mr. Victor, are you wishing to make an opening statement on behalf of the city?
I am not, Mr. Examiner.
All right, let's go right straight to calling witnesses then, I guess.
The only note I would say is my principal witness is going to be Christina Haycock, who was the central person, the planner, who was primary on this review and primary on the decisions. I have included Shirley Schultz out of an abundance of caution, depending on how the rest of the day goes with Ms. Haycock. I may not call her unless another party wants to call her, but that's just so just context. I call Christina Haycock, please.
Make sure she can join us on the screen. All right. If you'd raise your right hand on the screen, please. You swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Victor.
Ms. Haycock, can you state your name and your position with the city of Tacoma for the record?
Yes, my name is Christina Haycock. Do you want me to spell it?
That's not necessary, thank you.
Okay, I know the others did. Christina Haycock, I am currently the Affordable Housing Senior Planner with the City of Tacoma. I was an associate planner when this project got started, so you may see both titles on paperwork depending on the date.
Ms. Haycock, are you using a laptop?
No, sir.
What kind of mic are you using today?
It is a standalone right next to me.
Okay, can you make sure that's right close, because we're getting a lot of.
That is probably the dog eating her bone right next to me.
It's not that, it's more just ambient kind of addition once you start speaking. So if we can.
It's either too close or too far.
All right, let's try moving it back.
Yeah, my staff is pinging me too that it's difficult to hear you. It sounds almost muffled in a way, but we'll do the best we can. Closer you can get to the mic probably helps. Sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Victor, go ahead.
Ms. Haycock, as a threshold matter, I'd like to, well, first, can you describe your role in this conditional use permit application?
Yes, so my job was the staff reviewer So I was essentially the person who shepherded the permit through the process. I was the main contact with the public and the applicant. And I was also the person that took the project to the director to further discuss, along with my supervisor, Shirley Schultz.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm still having trouble understanding Ms. Haycock's audio.
Yeah, it's not crystal clear.
How about that? Is that any better?
Oh yes, it's softer but far clearer.
Okay, I wonder if Zoom was just using the wrong microphone. It does
Could have
that
been.
sometimes.
That would account for the muffledness. Yeah.
I apologize for that.
You know, and if there's any way to increase the volume a little bit, that would be the final thing because you're a little faint, Christina.
Ooh, microphone says it's at max volume.
Okay.
So it's just a proximity thing. If to
So
the
I'm
extent
just
you
quiet.
get closer, I have that problem too. Particularly if I'm using my office equipment, I have to practically swallow the mic to be heard. So,
I'll try to
which
yell.
most people probably like better that way. But anyhow, all right. Go
So,
ahead.
if you wouldn't mind, it was hard to hear your prior answer. So my question was, what was your relationship with this permit application? What functions did you perform?
Sure. So I was the main planner in charge of this project. I was the one who reviewed it for complete application. I was the one that initially prepared the public notice. I did the majority of the scheduling for the public meeting with some assistance from my supervisor. I was the contact for all of the public notice. I presented at the public meeting. I was not the only, but was definitely I would say the majority contact on this permit, both with the applicant and the public. And also my supervisor and myself were the ones who worked with Peter Huffman, the director, to inevitably come out with the decision. And I was also the main drafter of the decision.
Okay, that's great. As a threshold matter, you heard testimony, I believe it was yesterday, about the State Environmental Policy Act, acronym SEPA, and that had not been done allegedly on this project. If you can, would you describe the SEPA review as it relates to this project?
Sure. So in general, SEPA is related to development, and the WAC 197.11.806 generally defines development as new construction. Because this was a remodel and not new construction, SEPA was not required. We have SEPA thresholds in our own code under Title 1312, but that also points back to that same WAC. And so SEPA was not required because the project itself did not meet any of those thresholds.
And there was testimony earlier today from Mr. Goro that they had nevertheless filled out a SEPA checklist. Does that change anything?
No, in fact, I think I might have scolded Mr. Goro a little bit for submitting it.
Okay, thank you. So, getting into the actual conditional use permit process, can you describe, and I mean, take your time, this is a very large question. Can you describe the CUP criteria and process as they related to this application?
Sure. This will be a bit long-winded, so feel free to interrupt if I don't go in the direction you want me to. Conditional use permits, or CUPs, are a process to permit. They are essentially a discretionary permit that has one list or sometimes a couple lists of criteria that need to be met, and it is up to the discretion of the director of PDS whether or not that application meets those criteria. And if he determines that as presented, the project does not, he has the option to add conditions that could make it so those criteria could be met. This CUP in particular has two sets of criteria. The criteria from the general CUP section, which is TMC 1305010A2. And then this one in particular is also the pre-existing non-residential uses in residential districts. That is TMC 1305010A26. So there were two sets of criteria here that needed to be met. They are equally important. One is not more important than the other, but they are expected to be answered as part of the initial complete application, although we do, of course, reserve the right to ask for additional or clarifying information later on. That is what was essentially the purpose of the Exhibit C4, that applicant narrative in response to comments. That was what they submitted, arguing that they met those criteria. Once we have a complete application, the permit has a 30-day public notice period. But as part of the process too, there is also the option for neighbors to request a public meeting. If that happens, the public notice is extended to 1 week after the meeting, regardless of how long it takes us to get that meeting scheduled and on the books. And so in this case, the public notice period was definitely a lot longer than 30 days. But once that happens, we take the comments from the public notice and the meeting and any staff comments that may have come in at that time, and we use that to help us determine any additional concerns we may not be aware of, and to help us determine conditions. I like to tell everybody that these permits are not a popularity contest. We don't approve or deny the permit based on a public vote. The purpose of the public comment is really because staff typically doesn't live in the neighborhood where these projects are happening. And so while I can get a good snapshot from maps or Google Street View or even, driving through the neighborhood, none of us live there. And so we don't know what it's like day to day. And so we don't know all of the concerns that may exist in that neighborhood. We knew pretty early on that this was going to be a controversial project. I was not part of the pre-application meeting initially, but I was assigned the permit when it actually came in. So I don't know a whole lot about the pre-app, but because we knew it was going to be controversial, I reached out to Peter very early on in the process and basically made him aware before the public notice even went out. And public notice has to go out within 2 weeks of a complete application. So pretty much as soon as I had the application in my hand, I was going to Peter to talk to him about it.
Just for identification purposes on the record, Peter is the Director of Planning and Development Services.
Yes, thank you. So we, like I said, we knew it was going to be pretty controversial early on, and so we were prepared for that. But we felt pretty confident that we had the complete application, we had all the documents we needed, and then it was just a matter of kind of what happened with the public notice and public comments. One of the things that I think has been brought up a lot with the process of the CUP was the formula and how we got to the 29 residents. I was actually the one that came up with that, so I'm probably the best one to answer those questions. But the general CUP criteria specifically calls out the use shall be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, any adopted neighborhood or community plans, and applicable ordinances of the city of Tacoma. So basically it needs to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning code. As has already kind of been hinted at in previous discussion, the purpose of the comp plan is to guide our long-range planners in writing a zoning code. So while they should be in harmony, they aren't exactly the same. But to add sort of an extra wrinkle to this project, at the same time of this project, phase 1 in Home of Tacoma had already happened, which had upped the desired density in the comp plan, but the zoning code was still in the works. So the comp plan had a desired density of 10 to 25 units per acre, but the current R2 zoning only allowed 2.8 lots on the site, and we do not round up in that case, so it would have been 2. And the zoning only allowed 1 single family unit and 1 ADU on the site. So while the comp plan wanted 10 to 25 units per acre, and I believe it was a 0.3 acre site, so that would have been 3+ units. The zoning was lower than that. And so essentially what I had to do was I had to figure out a way to make this project meet the zoning code and the comprehensive plan when they didn't agree with each other. And so that was where the idea of the averaging came out of, was we had these numbers from the comp plan and we had these numbers from the zoning code, and somehow we kind of had to make them meet in the middle. And so that was where the idea of the averaging came from. Another difficulty is that the comp plan talks about units, but
Hold on one second. I didn't get to unmute quickly enough.
Sorry.
I wanted to interject with a question there.
Mhm.
In doing this calculation that you did, I understand from your testimony just now that one of the purposes of that was to try to reconcile discrepancies between the comp plan and the zoning code as PDS, Planning and Development Services, saw it. Was part of that also in an effort to address and minimize project impacts, or what role did that play in the decision to condition down from the requested 51 to 29?
That's a good question. As I'm sure we've all noticed by this point, it can be hard to determine what impacts are actually going to be of a project before it's built. We knew from the neighbors that just about every single person I'd talked to thought that 50 was way too many. But, well, let me say my next part, and I think that that might help answer your question.
Okay, go ahead.
So the comp plan talks about units, but our code doesn't specify how group homes equal units. So it doesn't say is one group home 1 unit, is 1 bed 1 unit, is 1 room 1 unit. And so since the comp plan focuses on units, and we have a group home which doesn't really have a 1-to-1 equal, I then had to try and figure out how to fit those two things together. So that's kind of why I ended up looking at the census data. And this was the only conversion factor I could think of to sort of translate units to beds, while also speaking to your point about it being compatible with the neighborhood. Because theoretically, each of the houses in the neighborhood had an average of that census population. The census population said 2.88 people per unit. And so if we were assuming that any units created in this project had 2.88 people, that would kind of help keep things a little bit more in line with the compatibility aspect. The CUP criteria in this specific CUP, the pre-existing non-residential use, says that the project needs to ensure reasonable compatibility with neighborhood scale and character and limit negative impacts on the neighborhood. And while neighborhood scale and character is not only the number of people in the unit, that could be one of the things taken into account. Does that answer your question?
I think it helped, yeah. And just for clarification, when you say units, you're talking about a dwelling unit?
That is the context that the comprehensive plan uses that, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Haycock. And we had either testimony or interjection or both today, indicating that the comprehensive plan has multiple goals in it, multiple policies. Is it correct to say that we, in applying them in the way that you did you try to balance them? In other words, let me try again. I don't want to be compound, but they could they be read to conflict with each other? Many goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, and if so, is it true that you tried to harmonize them in this review?
Yeah, so as I think the hearing examiner pointed out earlier, the comp plan is easily 1,000 pages long. And inevitably, when you're writing something that long, things are going to conflict. And so what my job as the planner and working with the director on these things is to make assumptions where there aren't definitions. And so when we run into things that do conflict, we then have to look at sort of the surrounding other things in the comp plan and try to figure out the best way to, as you said, harmonize everything together. But yeah, a 1,000-page document, it's going to conflict with itself.
And similarly, in terms of the code considerations, there's been a lot of testimony in today and yesterday about the code requirements in the zone. Do those control in a conditional use permit application?
No. So one of the things that a conditional use permit can do is it can essentially include a variance. So we try not to do it a lot, right? Because, the zoning code is the zoning code for a reason, but the CUP does offer us a way to, I would say, wiggle zoning code rules.
So let me interject with a question again there. And you tell me if I'm wrong, but under the strict heading of variance, my understanding of land use, and I've even taught this in CLEs, is that there are two types of variances traditionally. There's a use variance, and there's also a standard variance, like building into a setback or building an overheight building, something like that. Tacoma Municipal Code does not allow for use variances as a variance, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, and so what you're describing just now is kind of the way to get a use variance in Tacoma through a CUP. Is that what you're saying essentially?
Yes, we don't have an explicit way. There is not a one-size-fits-all way to get a use variance. If you meet certain criteria for one of these specific CUPs, you can apply for it. So for example, with this project, if this was a single family house, it had always been used as a single family house, but somebody bought it, the applicant bought it, wanted to use it for a 50-person group home, there is not a way through a CUP process that they could become a group home. They are allowed to use this CUP, because it is a pre-existing non-residential use. So it's honestly not even about the building itself, it's about the use of this building.
So the existing legal nonconformity is the pathway on this one then.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you for indulging me on the question. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay, it was a good one.
No, that was my next three questions, Mr. Examiner, so thank you.
I really should just shut up and let you do it, but sometimes I can't help myself.
I appreciate the succinctness of it.
I have no concerns. Ms. Haycock, is there anything else about this particular CUP and how you applied the criteria that you would like to discuss?
Oh, probably. I want to make it clear that positive impact is not one of the requirements of the criteria. Arguably, what it says that I read above, hold on, let me find it. Arguably, what it says is that we need to limit negative impacts. And so I guess you could probably even read that in a way that some minimal negative impacts are okay. Although, of course, I think we would all like to think that what we are doing has a positive impact on the world around us. But positive impact is not an applicable criteria, and neither is affordability. I know that has come up a lot over the past 2 days, but there is nothing in either of these conditional use permits that says a project needs to be affordable. That only came up because the applicant used the word in their application. But I have been rereading my decision over the last couple days, and We never said affordability was the reason we were approving it. We were approving it for housing variety. And we were approving it because the comp plan is telling us that we need more units. But we never said we were approving it because of affordability. And I think that that is a very important distinction to make, that affordability is not a criteria for the CUP.
And back momentarily to positive impact, is that elsewhere in the code applicable to a different type of CUP? Is that where that might come from?
It is. So we do actually use the phrase positive impact for two different types of CUPs. We say it's required for large scale retail CUPs and the change of use or expansion of non-conforming uses and structures, which sounds very similar to this one, but is technically a different type of CUP, and so it has different criteria.
And then to affordability, I think you covered it well. I just want to clearly, based on the testimony that we've heard the last 2 days, the applicant included affordability in their application. But you've testified now that that was not utilized in the decision. That was not a condition of the decision or a basis. Is it a requirement? Is affordability a requirement anywhere?
It is not. I think the
In this
confusion
CUP, to
comes
be
up.
specific. Yeah.
Sorry. I think the confusion comes up because the comp plan uses affordable a lot, and we did quote some of the comp plan criteria or some of the sections in the comp plan that use the word affordable, but affordable is never defined in the comp plan that I have been able to find, and we are certainly not using it in any of the conditions of our decision.
And then there's been a great deal of testimony about possible changes to the project, either actual changes or possible changes. What happens if a project substantially changes after it receives a conditional use permit?
So it depends on the type of change. If the scale of the project decreases, by which I mean less than the whatever number gets approved, if there is a significant or even insignificant decrease from that number that gets approved, nothing. We view decreases as less of an impact than what was originally approved. And so if they come back and they're like, 29 isn't, if the 29 gets upheld and they come back with, actually, we only want to do 15, great, they can go straight into their building permits and their site permits and just go from there. But if whatever number gets approved, let's say the 50 residents gets approved, but then later they come back and they actually want to do more than the 50, there are two types of modifications. There's a major modification and a minor modification. The minor modification has a set of standards in TMC 1305-130B. Those are all of the different standards for a minor modification. If you meet those standards and you are a minor modification, basically you just get a little note on your building and site development permit saying, hey, this is a minor modification. Things like more than a 10% increase in square footage, or an increase of more than 25% in impervious surface. If you're below those numbers, that would be a minor modification. But if you come back and you want to do the major modification, you're looking big expansion, something like that. The process for a major modification of a CUP is pretty much exactly the same as the initial CUP process. So if they come in and they want to do a major modification, we get to do all this again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anything else that you'd like to comment on from what you've heard in the last 2 days?
I don't think so. I'm sure I'll think of something when I start getting questioned, but I think I've covered everything I wanted to.
All right, and so I'm going to fulfill the examiner's prophecy by saying I have no further questions this time, reserving, of course, redirect.
I have some questions, but I'm going to hold off on those until we have subjected you to cross-examination from the other attorneys. It is 2:32 though, and so before we do cross-examination, we're going to take our afternoon break. Well, it's 2:33 now. I'm just going to round up a bit, and given that we've concluded direct at this point, we're going to break till 2:45. So take the afternoon break, stretch, get more coffee, whatever you need to do, and we will be in recess till 2:45. We do need Ms. Haycock back still. It is 2:45. We're done with our afternoon break on day 2 of the hearing, 12/20/2024. Ms. Haycock is back. And I think we'll go in just general presentational order, with Mr. Hinman first and then Mr. Karpman with cross-examination questions for Ms. Haycock. Just by way of reference, I have some questions for the city. I think perhaps my questions might be better answered by Ms. Schultz. I know she's probably sitting in the background right now listening. I know she's on the participants list thinking she's going to get out of this, but I think my questions may be better addressed to her. I'll hold that in reserve until we see where we're at, I suppose, in a little bit. Of course, the city could still call her as well, but just sort of, throwing that out so that Ms. Schultz can feel the full brunt of the potential anxiety there, rather than thinking she's going to get off and then get that sprung on her. So, Mr. Hinman, cross-examination of Ms. Haycock, then let's go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Haycock. I see your mic is currently on mute. There we go. It's quite all right. So, from your direct testimony from Mr. Victor, it sounds like you were pretty instrumental in this decision. You drafted the decision that's before the hearing examiner on review.
I did, I would say the first 2 drafts, Ms. Schultz and then my previous supervisor, Ms. Magoon, who has since retired, also took stabs at it. And I think Steve Victor might have reviewed it as well, but I definitely did the first couple drafts of it.
I see. And in your testimony, you kind of view your role here as explaining and the details of that decision and why the city made the decision that it did.
Yeah, I view myself as sort of, I use shepherd a lot of the permit. I kind of guide it through the process. I kind of try to help make sure everybody understands what's going on.
And on direct, you testified quite a bit to your interpretation of a number of municipal code provisions. I think you also mentioned some state laws and administrative codes. You would agree the final say on the correct interpretation of all those is the hearing examiner?
In this case, yes. At the time of the decision, I would have assumed that it was Peter Huffman, the director. But today, yes.
Let me see. So the place I want to start is with that 29 number that you had discussed and the math that got you there. So I'm going to pull up what's been marked Exhibit C1. So this is Exhibit C1, and I'm scrolling to page 7 of that document. So, and I think you explained your reasoning on this a bit in direct. But the condition we're talking about is this condition number 23, is that correct?
Yes.
So first you cited the comprehensive plan, which has a desired density goal of 10 to 25 units per acre. And then you stated that would be between 6 and 14 households. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And a core basis for how you reached that 14 number is because you assumed an accessory dwelling unit associated with each unit calculated by the comprehensive plan.
Let's see. I believe what I did is I would have. Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. So then in your interpretation of the comprehensive plan, that density goal is not taking into account accessory dwelling units?
We haven't always been consistent in that in the time that I've worked for the city. Currently, ADUs do not count towards the density goal. But I believe, or I'm sorry, they don't count towards the density calculation. But I believe that is changing after home in Tacoma.
Is there any particular part here? I'm going to actually pull up that part of the comprehensive plan for us to look at.
Please. Context is always better.
So I'm pulling up exhibit R17. And I'm going to page 28 of that document, page 7 of the PDF. And this is the target development density you're referring to in the decision. Is that correct? The 10 to 25
Correct.
dwelling units per net acre?
Yes.
And I note in that low scale residential text box, let me see. It does refer to detached accessory dwelling units as a primary housing type. Is that correct?
With attached and or detached, yes.
So under this part of the comprehensive plan is not accessory dwelling unit and the remainder of these housing types, the type of property uses that are being accounted for by that 10 to 25 dwelling units per net acre?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you rephrase it?
Sure. So the way I'm reading this is we're talking about low scale residential areas in Tacoma.
Mhm.
We're talking about the type of housing types that are going to be in low scale residential areas in Tacoma.
Mhm.
And we're talking about duplexes, triplexes, townhouses up to 3 units. And then included in that, houses with attached and or detached accessory dwelling units. So what I'm asking is, when we summarize to the target development density of 10 to 25 dwelling units per net acre, is that not taking into account these accessory dwelling units?
It does, but I would also point out that it doesn't necessarily say whether or not the house with an attached or detached DADU counts as 1 or 2 units.
Okay. So is there somewhere in the plan that you could point me to that reflects they are not included in that calculation?
No.
I'm going to jump back to Exhibit C1.
While you're
So,
hold on. While you're jumping, I'm going to interject with a question. There, it's not on the screen anymore, but that sentence that Mr. Hinman had you referred to as primary housing types, we cut it off, and I noticed at the end of that sentence there were 2 other types. One of which, oh, thank you, that's perfect. One of which was co-housing. Um, would you consider the proposed project at the subject property here to be co-housing?
I don't have a definition of co-housing in the way they used it, but in the colloquial sense, yes, I would assume that co-housing would include group housing.
Okay. Back to you, Mr. Hinman. Sorry.
So going back to this condition 23 back on exhibit C4, page 7, if we are not including accessory dwelling units in this calculation, assuming for the sake of this question, that those are taken into account in the 10 to 25 units per acre calculation, then the high number here would actually be 7 units. Is that correct?
Yes, I see what you're saying. That's correct.
And so then the comprehensive plan would direct an approximate desired density in this area of this 7 units times about the 2.88 people that you calculated, and it would come out to somewhere in the range of 20 or 21.
I believe that math is correct.
And then looking to, I know you stated that part of the challenge that you faced in putting these conditions together was reconciling the zoning code with the comprehensive plan. Was that right?
Correct.
And a big part of that difficulty was the kind of being between phases of the Home in Tacoma project, where the comprehensive plan had been adjusted, the zoning code had not been adjusted.
Correct.
And then when you do that analysis under the zoning code, you discuss, and here you do add the ADUs, because we're not talking about a density goal. And there you reach a number multiplying by that same 2.88 per unit of 17 in the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
So if the ADUs are taken account into that density goal, a major portion of that discrepancy is alleviated. Would you agree?
I don't remember how far along we were in writing the code at Home in Tacoma. I was also on that group because I just seemed to have my hands on everything. And at some point we had what we expected the zoning to become under Home in Tacoma. And so at some point during this process, I did have an idea of what the future zoning would be. And so I could have compared it to that comprehensive goal on whether or not that 10 would include the accessory dwelling unit. But following your line of logic, yes, I would agree that that would get rid of the majority of the, or not the majority, but it would get rid of some of the discrepancy.
The other question on this sort of reconciling of these inconsistent, as I think you put it, provisions. I think, well, so you testified quite a bit about the terms of the zoning code and what they do and don't do, and you were working with the zoning code prior to implementation of Home in Tacoma Phase 2. Are you aware of provisions in the zoning code that say where the zoning code is more restrictive than other provisions the zoning code controls?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Are
you asking me if some sections of the zoning code are more important than other sections of the zoning code?
Well, we've been referring to the zoning code and we've been referring to conditional use permit criteria. Do you view it all as the zoning code?
Yes, it's all in Title 13.
Okay. If I could screen share the Title 13 itself. I realize it hasn't been made an exhibit. It is the law that controls this case.
I'll be doing the same.
Do you have it or you wanted me to put it up? I have it open.
I can pull it up.
All right, better your computer crashes than mine then.
I know I don't have a great track record on that this hearing.
I just say that because Title 13, like the comp plan, is hefty.
I'll represent that I'm sharing the current version of Title 13 prior to the Home Tacoma Phase 2. This is not a relevant page that I still need to find.
Sorry about that. As long as I'm being noisy, though. Let's see. Okay, so I see the URL up there. You're accessing this from cityoftacoma.org.
That's correct.
I ask because it presents in a different format than what I get when I pull it up, but I think I'm accessing it maybe through a different internal server than accessing it on the internet.
So I'm scrolling here to the beginning of chapter 1306, which is titled zoning. So when I was referring to the zoning code, I was referring to chapter 1306, but you view it as larger than
Okay.
that?
Yeah, I think just probably kind of colloquially, we call all of Title 13 the zoning code. But yes, you're correct. Chapter 6 is zoning. I guess technically all of Title 13 is the land use regulatory code.
Okay. And then down here at section E of chapter 1306, interpretation and application, and this is talking about this chapter, correct? 1306?
That's my understanding, yes.
And it says, in interpreting and applying the provisions of this chapter, they shall be held to be the minimum requirements for the promotion of the public safety, health, morals, or general welfare.
That's what it says.
And where this chapter imposes a greater restriction upon the use and or development, the provision, just kind of fast forwarding through all these other provisions, ordinances, codes, regulations, the provisions of this chapter shall govern, and that's 1306.
That's what it says.
Okay. And it was the provisions of this chapter that you were balancing as one of the two factors with the comprehensive plan density requirements.
Correct.
So backing away from that particular condition will take us back to Exhibit C1. You spoke also some about the conditional use permit criteria that you applied to this proposal. And you made this decision based on the application materials that were presented to the city, correct?
Correct.
Did you require the applicant to do any resubmittals of information during that application process?
Oh, I believe after public comment period, we, just for informational purposes, during the public comment period, we also have staff review it. So staff review happens at the same time that public commenting happens. And so after the public comment meeting period ended, we had comments from the public, but we also had comments from staff who had reviewed it. And typically, if staff has any revisions required, we will then send it back to the applicant for a chance for them to make those revisions. I believe in this case, traffic required a parking study. And so that was resubmitted, but I believe that was the only big revision we asked for.
And I think you touched on this a little with Mr. Victor, but where a proposal changes, that can lead to requesting resubmittals of documents as well.
Correct. And if it does something, if it meets that major modification standard that I talked about, that would force a renotice, republic notice, new public notice period, potential for a new meeting, all of that. So that's kind of the standard we use for what is an okay resubmittal and what is a major resubmittal.
And are those standards for after the project has been approved or while it's pending decision?
That's a good question. Nobody has ever directly asked me that before. My understanding is that I think they can be used for both.
So the only time you would require a resubmittal of a traffic study if the project changed before making a decision would be if it met those major deviation standards.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Maybe getting to this major deviation standard in the code. I'll rephrase the question. So when we're talking about those kinds of resubmittals, are you saying that's the standard for whether you need to submit an entire new conditional use permit application?
I would say that unless you have already gotten your decision, you never have to completely resubmit under like a new permit number, new fees, all of that. But depending on the scale of the resubmittal, which is where I use those major minor modification standards, you may have to essentially repeat the process.
And an example of that is the traffic study you just mentioned, where they submitted one traffic study and the city said, we need a little more information about parking, so we're going to send it back out for more information.
Correct. And that would not be any of the modification standards that would trigger a new public notice. So that would be considered under the same application.
And if the applicant said, we have changed part of our project that underlies the reasoning in our traffic study, would you perhaps ask them to submit a new traffic study?
You mean like if they changed the use that they were applying for?
Well, if they changed one of the underlying assumptions that the traffic study was based on.
Um, I'm not an expert on traffic, but if, for example, on this one, they went from, what did they call it this time? Like senior group housing, but then they said, actually, we're going to do our traffic study as if we are an apartment building, then yes, they would have to submit a new traffic study showing that.
I think that answers the question. I'm going to share an exhibit with you that's been marked as C8. This is a summary of responses to comments about this project. Did you draft this document as well as the decision?
I did.
So each time it says the director notes or the director responds to one of these concerns, that's something you put in there.
I drafted it, yes. That doesn't mean that he wasn't made aware of them or he didn't essentially tell me what he wanted to say about the concern. It just means that I'm the one who wrote it.
I see. And so here you state that the director agrees that as proposed, the project is out of scale with the neighborhood, which is why conditions are being added. And that's what led to the introduction of that condition 23 we talked about before.
Correct. Yes, that was the main condition that came out of it. There were some other concerns that led to additional conditions, like the street trees and the landscaping buffer. But that was sort of the big condition that everybody's talking about that came out of that.
So here, and this maybe kind of touches on what you said is the basis for why you believe the project meets the comp plan standards. You respond to a comment that the applicant hasn't provided an argument. Instead, they've copied and pasted paragraphs from the comp plan. And you state that it's the director's role to make a decision on that. So from what I heard on direct, you did not believe that the affordability of this project is related to why it was approved?
I don't think we define affordability in the comp plan or in the zoning code, and so forgive me, I am making assumptions about where you're going with this question. Can you restate the question?
Yeah, asked during direct, I think you stated that the affordability of the housing at this particular project was not a part of the city's consideration in approving the conditional use permit.
It was something we considered in that it is often mentioned in the comp plan, but it is not something that we included as a condition.
So, okay. Let me go to, I think C4, oh, that's C1. C4 is one of the places where we have these goals of the comp plan summarized. And you do agree that it's affordability is mentioned in a number of the housing goals under the comp plan.
Oh, yes, it's used a lot.
And that's why you say you took it into consideration, but it wasn't the reason you granted the permit.
Yeah, I would say that to my knowledge, when the comp plan uses affordability over and over again, that's never explicitly defined. And so it's hard for us to measure if something meets affordability if that is never explicitly defined.
I don't want to belabor this point if you're saying it wasn't a part of your decision, but I do believe it is explicitly defined in the comp plan.
I would honestly be interested to see if you could find it because I did that exact same thing this morning and I didn't see anything, but
I suppose, would you agree that in terms of analyzing the affordability of a proposal, it looks at the affordability based on current area median income and these tables and this part of the comp plan?
I think you're getting into big A affordable versus little A affordable. That's again kind of a colloquial term that we use in the office. Affordable is the adjective that has the definition from the dictionary but doesn't really have any legal backing. Big A affordability is what we call things like what you have here that has a specific definition, usually based on the program associated with it. So, for example, the MFTE, the multifamily property tax exemption, has specific requirements for what it considers affordable. So there are specific affordable programs that have a definition, but most, if not all, of the uses of affordable in the comp plan do not seem to refer to a specific program. They just
So did you believe that this project met them?
met what?
Any of these standards of affordability you're talking about?
It didn't meet any program.
Okay.
So they're not doing any program with us for affordability.
I want to go back to something you said on direct. I think you talked about this project as if it were an application for a use variance. Am I remembering that correctly?
What I would say is, as the hearing examiner correctly pointed out, we do not have a use variance in the city of Tacoma the way we have a variance for design standards or a variance for development standards. Instead, what we have is conditional use permits that allow you, if you meet a bunch of different things, to do a specific use under this specific permit. So if this permit goes away, the use is no longer allowed. But we have never called it a use variance.
Okay, so you wouldn't use that term. You would just say
No.
they applied for a conditional use permit.
Correct.
And if we look at this 1306, which I was referring to as the zoning code, it has the use table for and this is page 185 of Title 13 of the Tacoma Municipal Code. This table designates uses that are permitted, not permitted, or permitted with a conditional use permit. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And that's kind of the subject of this little preliminary table that discusses what each of these letters in the table means.
Correct.
So doesn't the zoning code or chapter 1306 account for conditional use permits in how the zoning is going to be implemented?
I would say that there are two different types of CUPs. There's the general CUP, and that is, to be fair, one of the criteria that this application has to meet. But there are also a lot of very specific different types of CUPs. In fact, there are 24 different types, which is a lot to keep track of. And all 24 of those types do not show up in that table. It would be nice if they did, but to be honest, I'm not sure a way we could do that. So I look at it as there are two ways to get to group housing through the zone, through Title 13. You can go through this district use table, which if you go to the group housing under residential types, residential uses, it says group housing is limited to 6 people, and that is permitted. It is outright, yes, thank you, right there. So it is permitted in R2. So
This
that
is
is
page
one way.
187 of the Title 13 of the Tacoma Municipal Code.
Thank you. So that is one way that you can get to group housing. If you want to come in and you want to do group housing and you're going to have 6 or fewer unrelated adults, great. You can come in, you can get your building permit, site permit, off you go. The other way is to go through one of these conditional use permits. And I think I mentioned it on direct, but if I didn't, let me know. These conditional use permits are only for very specific cases. I did mention this because I used the example of if somebody came in and bought a single family house, it had been a single family house since it was built 150 years ago, it would not be eligible for this specific CUP that this applicant has applied for, because this CUP is only for existing non-residential uses in a residential zone. But I would agree that that is not necessarily very clearly stated in Title 13.
So you would say that's your interpretation of Title 13?
Correct.
And I'm now scrolling to the conditional use permit section I believe you were referencing.
Yep.
Is this it?
Yep. Number 26 is the specific one they applied for. As a reminder, they also have to meet the criteria in section 2, which is the general CUP criteria.
And so in your mind, the way that this interacts with the zoning code is this would allow for uses that are not permissible under chapter 1306?
I would say it is in addition to 1306.
And you would agree that to obtain a conditional use permit, and I think you think you've actually said this multiple times, a project needs to meet all the criteria of this section?
Correct.
One question that's come up a little bit is the non-conforming status of the church with respect to its setbacks. So I note that sub D of this conditional use permit section, which I won't go through all the numbers and letters, it states that the replacement, reuse, or expansion of existing structures and improvements shall be permitted subject to the development standards of neighborhood commercial.
Correct.
So where there's a structure that's non-conforming to different standards that don't meet neighborhood commercial, is it the city's position that this criteria does not need to be met?
my understanding of this, and to be fair, it has never come up before, so nobody's ever pushed it. But my understanding is that the way the church sits on the property is the way it currently sits. We're not going to show up as the city. We are not going to come in and expect the applicant or anybody who wants to use the church to come in and cut bits off and move things around so that it meets the zoning code. It's legal non-conforming, and so it is what it is. But what that section is saying is that if somebody wants to come in and they want to tear down and rebuild, or they want to do an external addition, then they will need to meet the C1 zoning district standards.
But there wouldn't be any tearing down and rebuilding where we're talking about replacement, reuse, or expansion of an existing structure. Is that right?
I agree it would be kind of counterintuitive at that point.
So the only place those standards would come into play would be if someone were building a new structure, and the provision that applies to reuse, replacement, or expansion of existing structures.
A new structure in that maybe like an addition. You know, if, I don't know, 5 years from now, this project has gone through and they're like, hey, it's working great, we want to build another addition, and that is something that could be done through the C1 zoning district standards.
I think that concludes my questions at this point.
I'm even slower unmuting when the screen shifts. I'm like going for my unmute button over here, and then my picture shifts over to here. All right, Mr. Karpman, it would be your turn then for cross-examination.
Yep. Thank you. And sorry, this may be slightly disorganized, just as I put some stuff together. Good afternoon, Ms. Haycock. Thank you for staying with us on a Friday afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask first about what you were saying about the difference between big A and little a affordability. I think I understood how you were explaining that concept, and I wanted to ask, is it your testimony that the project is consistent with comprehensive goals due to, I guess, what you referred to as little a affordability?
Yeah, I think so. I'm certainly not going to pretend that I'm an expert in economics, but my understanding of supply and demand is the more housing there is, the more supply, and therefore the cheaper the demand is.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you said this earlier. There's, in addition to the decision that we've been talking about, there's also a reconsideration decision that's signed by Mr. Huffman. Did you write or contribute to that decision?
I did not answer that question. I actually kind of forgot about it. I was also the main drafter of that one, but again, it did go through multiple reviews by other people.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about a couple of sections of that decision, which I will pull up. Just making sure I have the right window. There, I think we are on pages 9 into 10 of that reconsideration decision, which I believe is Exhibit C2. And I wanted to ask about the statement here that says compliance with the FHA or any law outside of the zoning code is outside the purview of the director. Everyone from members of the public to corporations is expected to meet all pertinent laws, but those laws are outside the scope of review for a CUP. And to try to be transparent, I know you've been listening to the hearing. I'm sure you've seen that this is kind of a theme of our argument, and I think this line really exemplifies something the applicant agrees with. So I wanted to ask if you could explain what you or Mr. Huffman meant by this language.
Sure. So at the end of the day, Peter Huffman is the Director for Planning and Development Services. That means that he has control over the things that Planning and Development Services reviews, our site development chapter, our land use chapter. But anything outside of that, and I am willing to be corrected if I am wrong, but my understanding is that he doesn't have any authority over anything outside of that.
Thank you. And is this also recognizing that there are authorities outside of that as may be provided by those other applicable laws?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Let's see. And now I wanted to go back to that 29 resident limit, as I'm sure you're expecting. And I've got several different tabs open. I'm happy to put language I'm asking about in front of you at any point if I don't have. Sorry.
I'd appreciate, being able
Yeah.
to.
So I think I'll start with sorry, just looking for it. There we go. What we've been talking about here, which should be the right window. Yep. So this is that section from section 26 of the conditional use permit section, which we've just been talking about, specifically subsection E. And I think in your discussion with, well, I don't recall who it was you've discussed with a few people now, you were saying that what I understood you to be saying, I guess, is that you imposed the 29 resident limitation based on, I think, the language that I'm highlighting, which is the second half of this subsection E, starting with the words "in granting." Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And not to be overly semantic, but I think I heard you use the phrase that you had to. Essentially, you had to recognize reconcile the code and the comprehensive plan in coming up with that limit. And I'm wondering if you could say more about why you felt that was an obligation, I guess, number one, to impose a limit in the first place, and number two, to do it in that way.
Sure. I think we all understand that even the best well-written laws are not always 100% clear. But in this criteria and in the general criteria for CUPs, it talks about making sure that the project is essentially in harmony with the area around it. And that, of course, is not defined. And so it is up to us as staff and the director to essentially decide what that means, and then to proceed with that and try to make things fit as best as we can. There were things about this project that we couldn't change, right? This is a existing church building. I can see the argument that the church is not in harmony with the neighborhood because it's a different shape, its spire's too tall, whatever. But since the point of this CUP, one of the points of the CUP is to encourage reuse of existing buildings, it would work against that to come in and say, you have to change your building to make it fit in with the neighborhood. So I would say that we were limited in the things we could look at to help this project fit in with the neighborhood. And the number of residents was one of the, I'm not sure easier is quite the right word, but is one of the easier things that we could put a condition on to help the project fit with the neighborhood.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I guess I'm still wondering why that was, or whether there was anything about the number of residents other than how it fit within the density calculations that you saw as specifically incompatible? I guess anything specific to this project as opposed to what seems to me pretty much essentially a numerical calculation. Do you see what I'm asking?
I think so. Are you asking if there was any other reason besides making it fit in with the neighborhood that we controlled the number of residents?
Well, I guess yes, I'll start there. Thank you. And then maybe I'll follow up on that question.
Um, Geez, it was, I don't know, months ago by this point that we officially made the decision, but I do not recall there being any other reason besides that compatibility issue.
Thank you. And then I guess the other thing I'm asking, and I appreciate your rewording that, is whether there are any kind of on the ground facts, characteristics about this project or location in particular, other than what would be, the number of residents would be the number of residents in relation to, the comprehensive plan and codes determination of desired density, kind of no matter where that occurred. So sorry, I'm kind of thinking out loud more than wording a question. It sounds like you're saying the relationship between the number of residents and the number of residents that would be seen as desirable for this site under those density calculations, that was the only factor that you looked at?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me interject with a question then here. And Mr. Karpman, if you could take yours down for just a moment. I'm
Yep.
going to share my screen. So we should be looking at kind of between two pages here. We've got 13-93 here at the bottom. And just to scroll back up, this is 1305-010A, conditional use permits. We're in the general criteria 2. Going down to 2D. Isn't it fair to say, though, we're looking at these D1 criteria, well, and we're saying, okay, we have to look at the generation of noise. Doesn't the city look at that and say 51 people potentially, because this is all potential, right? Nobody's living at this site. There is no group home there right now. This again is that characterization that I gave yesterday of conditional use permit is projecting what's going to happen with the future use, trying to apply it to the present now, and it's entirely an exercise in crystal ball gazing. So nobody knows, unless you've managed to perfect time travel, and I haven't, what the actual noise generated will be, what the actual traffic generated will be, or other nuisance or injurious, effects. Nobody knows what it's really going to be. Nobody knows what it'd be for 51. Nobody knows what it'd be for 29 because it's all a projection. But didn't the city look at this and say, okay, from a compatibility standpoint, and with the complaints coming in through the public comments being about noise, about traffic, et cetera, the usual things, didn't the city make some consideration along the way here of saying, look, 29 people will generate less noise than 51. 29 people will generate less traffic than 51. All of these things here in D1 and all of the impacts that the city looks at in determining whether this use will be compatible or not, there must have been some determination of saying 29 will be more compatible because all of these things that people generate, these negative impacts, is less at 29 than it is at 51. Was that consideration and calculation not made by the city?
No, you're exactly right, Mr. Examiner. And I might have lost the trail of the question a little bit. It was both general criteria number 2. It needs to be consistent with the goals and policies of the comp plan and City of Tacoma ordinances, and that D1 that we were just looking at that led us to the decision of, ooh, maybe 50 is a little too many people for this site. But the actual math, the 29, came from that criteria B of taking the numbers from the comp plan and from the zoning ordinance.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I sort of am.
That's okay.
The city's determination then was we have this discrepancy, this perceived discrepancy between the comp plan and the zoning. We're going to try to reconcile that. And along the way, this also addresses the usual suspects of compatibility or not compatible. The noise, the traffic, all the things.
I would say that we started off pretty early in the process feeling that 50 people was too many, but not being sure, A, what the right number was, and B, how do we legally get there? And it was maybe halfway through the public comment period when I came up with the averaging idea and first ran it past Steve to see if that was even something we could legally do. Because
Well,
you're right.
isn't the legal pathway, though, the language we referred to here just a minute ago that gives first the director and then me the ability to put reasonable conditions on it to help ensure compatibility?
Yeah, of course, but there's always going to be the argument of what's reasonable, right? And so we wanted
Oh,
to have a way to
it's a
get there.
bugaboo that pervades the law at all levels. Yes, the
And so we
reasonable
we
standard.
wanted to have something very explicit to be like, here's how we got to this number. So that when it eventually comes up of, well, who gets to decide what's reasonable, we can say, well, we tried and here's how we got there.
Okay,
Because I think
that's
we all suspected we would probably end up here at some point.
and here we are. Sorry again for the interruption, Mr. Carpman, but that's a question I was intending to ask anyway, and now I've asked it. It seemed like to me anyway that it dovetailed from what you were asking at the moment.
No,
Whether you wanted that clarification or not, I don't know, but I did. So
I appreciate that, and thank you, Ms. Haycock. So I do just want to clarify. There was some mention of noise complaints. Ms. Haycock, those had to do with what was previously being used as a church, isn't that right?
Correct.
And that was a church that was conducting services with amplified music, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that will not be a part of the project going forward.
That is also my understanding. I imagine your client knows more about that than I would, but that is not an approved part of their CUP, so
So
certainly hope not.
just in response to the examiner's question, I suppose, can you tell me what it is about the generation of noise of 51 versus 30 people living in a residential building that you would expect to generate noise that is injurious or to the detriment of a significant portion of the community?
Well, that is kind of one of those gray areas, right? To the hearing examiner's point, the more people there are, the more cars they're going to be driving around. Starting the more people on cell phones, the more people with music, the more people, whatever. I mean, I live in a single family home and I can hear my neighbor yelling when I'm on the opposite side of the house and he's out in the backyard, people are inherently making noise, and the more people there are, the more noise there will be.
Is there anything you mentioned the traffic report. Is there anything in the traffic report that the city took issue with regarding whether the trip generation rate was calculated right or whether the parking demand would be overly burdensome?
As the person who is not the traffic expert, I don't really feel comfortable answering that, but we would not have approved the permit if there was something in one of the reports that we didn't agree with.
And so other than, well, I'll leave that. Thank you. That was helpful. I wanted to ask next about maybe more of a legal characterization of this argument. I would assume you're familiar with our argument that the condition is preempted by the provision of state law.
Yes,
Had a chance
I
to see that.
remember reading about that.
Thanks. I want to just ask you a few questions about that. So in the reconsideration decision again at page 5 into 6, if you can see that.
I've got it open on my own screen too, yes.
Thanks. So this says here, and I think this is a section of this decision that was responding to one of the comments from NTNU about this state law provision as opposed to from us. It says the director notes that group housing is allowed in the zone via CUP as codified in RCW 3521-682, which is the law we're talking about, without additional limits on residency. So is it fair to say that the city agrees that, and I'm happy to put the language of the law in front of you if you would like, that law applies to the kind of group housing that we're talking about here?
I do not feel comfortable answering that because I am not an attorney, and that quote came, or the case, excuse me, came from our attorney as a recommendation to include in this reconsideration decision.
Okay, thank you. I understand what you're saying. I'll maybe try a couple of the other questions I had along those lines, and I understand if that's also your answer, but just to see where I'm going with this. I'm pulling up Exhibit R 11, which is this is the Home in Tacoma Phase 2 ordinance, which, as we've discussed, is not yet effective, but has been passed by the city. And I'm on PDF page 68, which here reflects that once this ordinance goes into effect, group housing will be a permitted use throughout the residential zones, including the UR2 zone, which is replacing the R2 zone, without the occupancy limit that's currently prescribed in the use table. Would you agree with that?
That's what it appears to say. I wasn't involved particularly with group housing,
Yep.
so I'm not entirely sure what the intents of the authors were, but that is definitely how it reads to me.
Thank you. And just what it says here is maximum occupancy is not regulated by the zoning code, but is subject to building code provisions.
That's what it says.
Thanks. And I guess going back to the reconsideration decision, which is Exhibit R2 at page 3, at the bottom of that page, and this is the portion of the reconsideration that talks about the state law in response to, I think, the applicant's request for reconsideration. This here says that the state law, I think, does not prohibit the 29 resident limit because the building remains a commercial building. And then it says, because this structure was not originally designed as dwelling units, the city can place limitations on occupancy. Was that a conclusion that you were involved in?
A little bit. By which I mean I was told about that conclusion, and I said, yeah, I think that makes sense to me.
Okay. And I guess I assume if I ask you about this in relation to the language of the state law, you would refer that question to your attorney?
I would. I certainly don't know anything about the state law.
I understand. I think that is all my questions for you. Thank you very much, Ms. Haycock.
I'm taking a moment of pause here because I'm trying to figure out whether I have questions to ask before I would turn it back to Mr. Victor for redirect. Maybe just a couple. I still think these may be more properly addressed to Ms. Schultz, but I guess we'll see. Ms. Haycock, you were just asked about Home in Tacoma and what that's going to do here. And I understood that was your testimony. You weren't that involved in the the group housing aspect of what Home in Tacoma is going to do. Is that correct?
That's correct. That section that Mr. Cartman showed me is actually the first time I've seen that, and I have some questions for my own team about the implications of that. So
I understand that was a dish that had many cooks involved. I
Yes, it
get
was.
that. So are you able to speak as to what level of density or what level of occupancy that change to group housing would allow starting February 25th next year?
I'm not. I don't know much about group housing. I can talk your ear off about like what lot size unit density is going to be, but I don't know very much about group housing.
Okay. Do you know who with the city was more involved in that aspect of Home in Tacoma too?
I mean,
And again, if you
Shirley
don't,
knows
if you,
everything, so I always point to her, but
yeah, okay. And it's fair. If you don't know, you don't know, and that's perfectly fine. So, remind me how long you've been at this planner business?
Sure. I will actually be at 6 years with the city in 2 weeks, and then I have a year and a half experience from before my time with the city. 2 years ago, I got my AICP certification, and then I, of course, have a bachelor's in planning as well. So
Your experience prior to the city of Tacoma, was that with a different jurisdiction?
it was, yes. It was in the state of Utah. It was in Orem, which is a smaller suburban city in central Utah.
I know we're BYU grad, so
There you
yeah.
go. There you go.
At least for my master's degree, anyway. I didn't go to law school there, but
But you know my old head then.
I do. Um, how familiar are you with uh, legal non-conforming status generally?
I do okay.
Okay.
I can give your questions a stab, and if I don't know, I will tell you so.
Well, again, I think this may be more appropriately something that I bother Ms. Schultz with, but so you're aware that Washington law in general says that legal non-conforming uses are disfavored, correct?
Nobody's ever explicitly said it to me like that, but that makes complete sense to me.
Okay. Well, if that's not something that you just go, yeah, of course I know that, we understand that generally under the law that's the way it is, then I'm going to leave these questions maybe for Ms. Schultz.
Sounds good.
So, Mr. Victor, redirect.
I have no redirect for Ms. Haycock, and I will call Ms. Schultz. So whenever the examiner's ready.
How long are you anticipating your direct from Ms. Schultz?
I'm actually going to ask Ms. Schultz to clarify a number of the things that were questions to Ms. Haycock. So I don't anticipate it to be particularly long.
I'm guessing the cross may be longer than the direct again on that. Tell you what, let's do. I want to take a very, very short break, and then let's put Ms. Schultz on, and then we'll see where we're at when we're done with her, if we get done with her all the way through. 3:47. Why couldn't we have been on a 5? I'm going to say, well, 3:48. Now I'm going to say 5-minute break. Let's be back. Well, let's just do a 4-minute break really quickly. Let's be back at 3:52, please, and with Ms. Schultz ready to go. Thank you. We just need Mr. Karpman back and we'll be ready to go. And there he is. All right. Ms. Schultz, if you could unmute and raise your right hand on screen, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Victor, you may inquire.
Ms. Schultz, for the record, can you state your name and position with the city?
My name is Shirley Schultz, and I am a principal planner in the current planning group land use at the city of Tacoma.
And can you describe your involvement, relationship with this application, and if relevant, the code that was applied?
Sure. I supervise and mentor and work with the land use group, the planning group. And so I kind of help people with questions or sticky wickets and difficult projects. I also do like a QA and a read of permits before they are passed on to the director. So that's kind of my role. What was the second part of the question?
Any relationship with the code that was applied in this case?
Oh, so deeply personal. This code was added, this section of the code, so CUP number 26 was added, and I cannot give you a specific year that it was added, but I was involved in the drafting of that code section along with our long-range planning division, having had a fair amount of experience in conditional use permits and non-conforming uses and development things.
Thank you very much. So there were a number of questions about the relationship between this application and our non-conforming use rules. And I know that you heard that testimony. Can you clarify or add any context to how this particular application for this conditional use permit to change to allow a different occupancy in this church relates to the non-conforming use, legal non-conforming use rules that we have?
So I'd like to go back to yesteryear me, and maybe we can change the wording. You all probably know this, but in our code, under our non-conforming section, we have two different things, right? We have non-conforming structures and we have non-conforming uses. And uses are the activities that happen in a building that maybe pre-existed zoning, like that tire store on the corner that's been there since the 40s, or became a non-conforming because of change in the zoning code. So for instance, at one point 15 years ago, we said nonprofits weren't allowed in residential districts anymore. Some of them might still be there. They're not conforming uses. Those are legal, right? They existed, they were changed. We have non-conforming uses that are not legal. That's the person who's secretly running a bar out of their garage. And then we have the non-conforming structures. Those are things that are too big, too close to the property lines. Those are usually the big ones. Those happen all over the place. Those happen whether the building was constructed as a residence, whether the building was constructed as a commercial building, an assembly building, or things like that. We have those everywhere because we've got a growing and developing city. So this section of the code, 26, is for pre-existing commercial buildings more than it is uses in those residential districts. And when you read down into the code, it's clear that it's talking about the building. One of those things being that the building still has to be in existence. And we say, if you've got a building that's non-conforming because it was created for something that's not residential, here are the ways you can reuse it. And again, I think Ms. Haycock noted some of it was to encourage the reuse of these buildings rather than tearing them down. And that was actually the specific case that brought up this change in code. It was an abandoned grocery store or something. So did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you very much. So the applicant, both in their motion for reconsideration and in their briefing and in argument today, or questioning today, has raised the issue of whether state law precludes the city from placing any occupancy limits other than those dictated by the building code or fire code. And I know that that is addressed in the response, the decision denying the motions for reconsideration. Can you speak to that part of the decision?
So which part? The state, the conflict or perceived or argued conflict with state law?
Exactly.
Okay. So this is one where it actually did start to come up in this discussion when we were developing this code section. The state law hadn't changed, but we knew that it was on the docket that year. So we can go back and figure out when we changed the code. So it was something we discussed, partly because, and I'm not a legislator and I don't recall reading the whole legislative intent, but you have to look at what a household is and also what a dwelling is. So this was not a dwelling, right? That's what the building permit is for, is to convert this to a dwelling, but also what is a household. And we were looking at it was the intent of the state law to tell me that I can't live in community with 7 of my friends and we all share a house together? Or was the intent of the state law to say I can take the vacant Albertsons and put in a commercial kitchen and have 200 people live there? And that wasn't ever clarified in the state law. And we were already on a path to say, oh, well, you can convert a grocery store to housing, but hey, you know what? The conditional use permit lets us talk about the impacts of how many people can live in that grocery store. As you convert something that's not a dwelling into a dwelling, and then what can be expected by the public around there. I feel like I rambled.
No, that's a perfect answer.
Okay.
So you've listened for the last 2 days. Was there anything that you heard that you felt you also wanted to respond to?
Of course I did in the moment, and now I'm not remembering. I think we covered the things I think we covered were non-conforming. There's been a lot of discussion about anything that happens then has to comply with the C1 limits. And I don't know if it's really clarified where the thresholds are on when we require changes to an existing structure or building. And so if you read in this section of the CUP, it says also reuse or expansion of structures and improvements. And I think the improvements got left out of there. So one of the ways that we say, oh, you're going to reuse this building, you're putting money into it, you've got a threshold for changes, you're paving the parking lot, now you need to do this landscaping buffer. Now you need to install the open amenity space for the residents. Now you need to make sure that the alley crossing is upgraded. So those are thresholds that come up with any project anywhere that we would apply just associated with the change of use or the change in the building permit. They may sometimes be repeated in a conditional use permit, but usually at that point, they're advisory comments. So when we do a special use permit, we try to say, these are the things that are really specific to this discretionary permit. So I don't know if that's really clear. I know there's a lot of talk. I don't know that it's really relevant to the decision, but I did want to kind of bring that up.
Great. I appreciate it very much. I have no further questions for Ms. Schultz at this time. I will return my 30 minutes to the rest of the group.
So I may still have some questions for Ms. Schultz, but I think I'm going to save them till the end. Allow cross-examination first. Fairly limited scope on direct, I guess, but I guess we'll see where we go. Mr. Hinman, you're first.
Sure. Good afternoon, Ms. Schultz.
Hi.
So I only have a couple of questions, I think. I just want to understand your role in relation to the project and Ms. Haycock, who just testified. Did you say you're a sort of a supervisor?
Sort of a supervisor. I'm also kind of the safety net, if somebody really can't workload or, like I said, I read that last version of the decision and make sure I'm that second set of eyes. But yeah, I do. I assign work. I review work. I help people do stuff and all the other things.
And did you say on direct, I'm not sure if you said this, that you participated in the drafting of some of the code language here?
I did, but again, I can't remember when it was, but yes, I was involved in that.
And would that include, I am going to put this on the screen. this conditional use permit, section 26, we've been referring to, I'll represent this as Title 13 of the Tacoma Municipal Code, page 108.
Mhm.
Was that a yes?
Yes, I did. That's the section I worked on that year.
Okay. Are you aware of a prior case where it's been applied?
No, the only time wait, give me a minute. Well, I might have to go back. There's two other cases that are similar. There is one where it was, and also this Ms. Haycock worked on this one, where it was a commercial building that did not meet density standards, and they may have used this one to convert it to multifamily. The only other case we have was a different CUP, and it was for the law offices at 25th and Alder. Similar situation, right? Reuse of an existing building, different CUP criteria. So no, I mean, other than the one on M Street, which maybe was this one, this might be the only case. Oh, wait, I'm going to take it back. I just got a note. Reuse of a convenience store for school purposes at 8th and Ainsworth. I forgot about that one.
I don't think I have any other questions.
Mr. Karpman.
And I'm going to jump in and onto the hearing examiner's train here. I've got a dog with a chicken. So if you hear funny noises, it's not snoring, it's a chicken. So just going to let you know. Not a live chicken, it's a fake chicken.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schultz. I also have a dog who likes chicken. Thanks for being here. I wanted to ask first about the non-conforming use provisions you were talking about. I think I heard Ms. Haycock say earlier, essentially, that section 26 is sort of more about the use than the structure. And I'm not sure if I misheard or perhaps she misspoke. It sounds like you're saying it's the other way around.
But so, once again, I'd like to go back to old me and put different language in here. It's about changing the use in a non-residential structure. So the CUP is to allow you to change that use. And so we give this list of uses that are okay in that structure, with the idea being that maybe your old grocery store doesn't lend itself well to being a single dwelling residence. What are the things you could use that grocery store, that corner store for?
And if, I'll try to make this question as short as possible. If, as I understand NTNU to be arguing, you could not reuse one of those structures under section 26 unless the non-conforming structure were brought up to current zoning standards, whatever those might be, would that not be more restrictive than the provisions governing reuse of a non-conforming structure elsewhere in the city under other code provisions?
Correct. So we say, right, if you have a non-conforming structure, and there's different categories, and I don't want to go through that section because it's, but basically you can reuse it, you can change the use. There's thresholds for how much money you can put into it before you have to bring things into compliance. So, but if you're just going in and not touching anything, you can just reuse it and keep using it as long as you don't make it worse over time.
And in general, would you agree that if you're not expanding the structure, changing the footprint, making those kinds of major physical changes, then the structure as it exists can remain?
Correct. In fact, we say you can add to it as long as whatever you do still meets setbacks or lot coverage or whatever the rule is.
Well, I guess my question is, if you're not making physical alterations and you don't meet setbacks, can you change the use in general under the zoning code without changing the physical nature of the building?
Yes, because the use is in a different spot.
Thank you. Let's see. On the state law question, it sounds to me like you are saying, I guess, as I understand the city's position, that because well, it sounds like the city is saying because the structure is not dwelling units today, that state law provision that applies to dwelling units does not apply. Is that right?
I would say it's twofold, that we're looking at twofold. One, yes, it's the conversion of a non-residential building to a residence. That's one thing, that's the conditional use. And the other one is, and I could be wrong, I have not found a definition in the RCW on what a household is in my experience, which is significant, but not, vast. Household is a household is a living, I'm trying to say it without using the word family. It's a single unit. It's a single housekeeping unit. And so it's any unrelated number of people who are living together. And when you start to get really technical, it's everybody has access to all parts of the house because they all live there together, which is different than a co-living or a co-housing or an SRO situation. But I don't know that that's really clear in that state law about how many people can be in a household.
So you're saying, and I guess I'll put up the text of the state law while we're talking about it. And can you see that?
Yep.
And so it sounds like we're talking about at the end of this provision, 3521-682, we're talking about limiting the number of unrelated persons that may occupy a household or dwelling unit. So you're saying in terms of household, you don't see a relevant definition?
I don't, but again, I would want to go back and I would want to go through all of the legislative intent on this. So our attempt at this one, the way we've approached it is that by converting this non-residential building to a residence, that merits the discretion and the public notice and the conditioning of a conditional use permit. You have a structure that is already not what you would have. I mean, it's permitted. It's legally non-conforming, but it's not what you would expect or have in a residential district. And one of the things about a conditional use permit is this is okay here, but it's not typically in scale with what we want to do. So we want to look at it more carefully. And so that is the reasoning behind this conditional use permit is you've got a building that's a building and it's going to be there and it's great and everybody's used to it. But what happens in that building, just given the scale of the building, merits some additional review.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess I understand that as far as it's a distinction under the code, and our argument is about how state law applies to the code. Sorry, I don't mean to make
no, and I think that
Um,
that's a legal argument worth looking at. But without a real firm definition of what a household is, I would hesitate to answer really clearly.
Sure. And in terms of the second half of what this says, the city or town may not regulate or limit the number of in terms of dwelling unit, you're saying that because the church is not, I guess, currently at the time the condition is being imposed a dwelling unit, that takes the applicability of that portion of the law away?
That's the way I would look at it, yes. Because again, you've got a building that's a structure that's out of sync with everything and has the potential to have that much more of an impact, and that is the conditional permit review.
I guess, would you agree that the permit is regulating the number of persons that will occupy the building when it becomes a residential use?
The conditional use permit, yes, does carry with it a condition on the number of people who may live there.
And that, well, I think that answers my question. Thank you very much, Ms. Schultz. That's all the questions I have.
Now it's my turn. Okay. Ms. Schultz, are you aware of how many occupants would be allowed in a group housing use at this location after February 26, 2024?
I have not answered that question yet. I would have to go back and look at our definition of group housing.
No one's asked it to you yet.
Yeah, I haven't. the way that the code has been revised under home in Tacoma, there would not be an occupant limit. But again, without looking at the definition of group housing, I would have to look at that.
The building code would still put a limit on the number of people
Building
that could
code
be
would
in there,
still
correct?
limit.
So, and this may be completely out of your can, and you can feel free to just tell me, forget it, I'm not answering. But building code limits number of occupants, presumably in a dwelling unit or in a household, does it not?
Yes, it does. That part I do know. It's based on the size of the structure.
And I don't presume you've ever made any attempts to reconcile the provision of RCW 35 that we just had up on the screen with the building code.
I have not.
Something to
That,
look,
as you say, is beyond my ken.
something that you could look forward to challenging yourself with in the new year, maybe. All right. So this property is currently, the improvements on this property, the building on this property is currently a legal non-conforming structure, correct?
Yes,
And it's
because
legal
of
setbacks, but isn't the steeple also a little bit higher than what the height limitation would allow for?
Yeah, except for the fact that I believe this church was there before we had conditional use permits. We do allow churches to go higher with the conditional use permit now, but frankly, we weren't analyzing this as a church, so.
Well, because I mean, the
tall.
structure predates 1953, any
Correct.
zoning in the city of Tacoma, correct?
Yes.
And
yeah. I mean,
so presumably, in 1953, the city enacts its zoning code. It was legally non-conforming from that point forward.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know what the setback requirements were in 1953. If you do, I'd be very impressed. But at some point, it became legal non-conforming because, well, it became legal non-conforming in 1953 because it wasn't a residential use.
Right. And it never had a CUP, but
legal non-conforming use at that point. And at some point, the city decided what setbacks had to be in this location, and it became a legally non-conforming structure at that point.
Yes, correct.
So is it the city's position then that under 1305-010-26 that you said you helped write?
Oh, yeah.
And it says that you have to conform to the C1 standards apply to this type of a reuse of a existing structure. The C1 setbacks are not complied with by the structure here, correct?
Well, sort of. The building itself is fine. There are no building setbacks in the C1 district. There's no required building setbacks. What there are effective setbacks created by our landscaping code. And I don't believe this building technically meets those off the alley. And it definitely doesn't meet them as a church in the R2.
But we're not applying the R2, are we?
No,
applying
we're
the
not.
C1.
Yeah. So I would say, can I expand upon that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in this situation where you see, and I sort of rambled about this already, where you see the C1 coming into play is that landscaping buffer between the parking area and the house next door, because that's development that they are doing associated with this change in use. So the way the code is applied,
the parking lot.
Right, the parking lot.
Okay.
The way the C1 is applied is with development that's proposed along with the change of use, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It has been argued that occupancy limitations. Well, let me back up. I'll put context on here. The city is taking the position that C1 applies here, and in the C1 there are no occupancy limits for group housing, correct?
There are no limits in the C1. That is correct. Okay. I don't know that we looked at it in that light. Because that we were looking at the C1 in terms of development standards, not use standards, but that is correct. There's not an occupancy limit in the C1.
Well, but if you didn't look at C1 as opening that up and allowing it, wouldn't you be still under the use table
Oh,
and limiting it to 6 people?
yeah, I see what you're looking at. Yeah, and that's I would say that was implicit in the discussion, though maybe not laid out explicitly in the decision. So if you look at the table of things that are allowed, there aren't limits, but yes, then you go down to the C1.
Okay, so you're saying that the application of the C1 standards through 26 in 1305.010 are what get you beyond limiting this to 6 people with the R2 table standard.
I would say yes, that and comparing the other things that are allowed for the conversion of a building. So if you look at those other lists, right? Assembly, that's based on building code. If you look at retirement home, that's going to be based on what fits in the building. So with the two things together.
Okay, so you're essentially looking at other surrounding sections of the code that are other specific CUP uses, like 26 reuse of an existing structure,
Right.
to provide the context for that.
Yeah, or the other things that you could convert this building to using the same conditional use permit. So if you look at the list of things that are allowed to convert a building to, there are multiple things that are not that are of a bigger scale than, say, a single dwelling residence with, say, 6. The 6 is a vestige of how we used to define family, and probably is still in the state law for adult family homes.
Which is what got us in the position of having the RCW
Correct.
that the applicant is arguing in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all those old zoning codes that said no more than X number of unrelated persons. I'm pretty sure it gets fair mention in the legislative history of the statute in question.
It sure does. And and having had to explain it many, many times to people in this neighborhood over my career, that's a familiar one.
Yeah, anytime you're close to a university.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to read you a sentence out of NTNU's motion brief that it brought before the hearing. The motions were denied, but I want to get your response to this. And this is essentially an argument. It says occupancy limits and property uses are not development regulations. And then the argument leading from that is that the C1 lack of an occupancy limit for group housing therefore does not apply, and only things like design standards would be what applies. Do you have a response to that? And let me preface it this way. I know this is statutory construction. It's asking you to construe code. If you want to just punt that to your legal counsel to argue, that's okay. But you did have a hand in drafting this, so I think you might have some insight there.
And I might get a little nerdy on you, but it's messy. And I know that that's not a really super good answer. But we have in multiple places in our code, because it's a mature, let's call it a mature code, where we have performance standards mixed in with our use standards. And as a zoning nerd, I am very opposed to that, but we still do. And so, a use, it's a residence, versus a performance standard, it's a residence for X many people, gets glommed in there. And so there isn't a clear answer, I guess is what I'm saying. And it's probably something that needs to be argued by the attorney. I will say that in placing these uses of the conditional use permit, number one, you will note that they are almost identical, if not identical, to the table of uses for historic reuse. The intent was, even though it may not have been worded well in the code, to figure out those limitations through the conditional use permit process. So that given a specific situation, converting your grocery store in one location to 30 micro units might not have the same impacts or need the same conditions or need the same review or what have you as a grocery store in a different location. And so part of it was leaving it up to that discretionary permit process. So based on a specific proposal in a specific place. Kind of messy.
So is it
Technical term.
is it your position then that that the A26 CUP provision would be the more specific land use regulation than the general R2 table?
More specific in that it allows for the deviation from what's in the 020 table.
Okay.
I would draw an equivalent. I was thinking about this as an equivalent in the discussion earlier today. You know, yes, this is in a different section of the TMC. It's still zoning code, which is where variances live too. And this is where we would discuss whether or not your setback's 3 feet instead of 5 feet, even though the 5 feet is what's specific in 1306.020. So it's more specific in that it gives you the criteria in which case you can be different from what's in the table.
I think that is all my questions. I would give Mr. Victor the opportunity for some additional redirect based on my cross or my questioning if he feels that that needs some additional clarification.
I have no additional redirect. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're dropping participants now too. End of the day on Friday. People have toughed it out until now. We are almost till 4:30. Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your testimony. I think we're finished with you at this point, and that brings us to the end of the city's witnesses. I presume that the city is prepared to rest at this point, but you'll tell me if I'm wrong on that.
The city rests.
So what we have left at this point is rebuttal testimony and also closings. I'm guessing we're not going to handle all that in 5 minutes. Parties that bear the burden of proof typically have the opportunity for the rebuttal. The city doesn't bear any burdens of proof here. Was the city thinking it had rebuttal testimony somehow? You got to go last, so you could have just done whatever you thought you needed to do in rebuttal right now, I suppose.
Mr. Examiner, we're not going to have rebuttal testimony.
Okay. I don't see how you get there anyway necessarily, because again, rebuttal is for the party that bears the burden of proof. Mr. Hinman, is NTNU going to have rebuttal testimony?
I'm not planning on presenting any rebuttal witnesses.
No rebuttal witnesses? Okay. Mr. Carpman?
None from us either.
Well, that makes it easy then. Look at that. We've dispensed with rebuttal in 2 minutes. Closings. We don't really have time for oral closings at this point. Mr. Hinman, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we started the day out today with you saying that you would at least be okay with, if not maybe even slightly advocating towards written closings. Was that correct?
No objection to that.
You're basically whatever at this point.
Pretty much.
I really don't want to reschedule us for oral closing arguments. Mr. Carpman, are you okay with putting it in writing and just submitting it?
Certainly, Mr. Examiner.
Mr. Victor?
I certainly support written closings. I actually thought we might have agreed to that among council earlier, but
well, I thought that's where we were headed to. Yeah. And so here's what I would like to do. I know I mentioned in the status conference, and it's been sort of re-brought up, and I didn't disavow it along the way, that going back to the motion cycle, okay, I did not grant the motions because I thought there were still a lot of, in the briefing, even factual questions that were raised that certainly were not agreed to and seemed to be disputed. And even on the legal issues, and I, in my experience, having done a summary judgment motion or two before, purely legal issues still are underlain by facts. And we've had our factual hearing now. We've had our testimony out. We've got all that there. But one of the reasons I did not feel like it was any of the issues were ripe for summary dispositions, I still have a lot of questions on them. And some of those I've asked today, but I have questions still on the legal issues that I would like counsel to address in the written closings. And so here's what I would propose. I will put together the things that I still have questions on, that I would like counsel to address. And it wouldn't be the first time I've said I'd like the parties to address this, and I get ignored. You can do that, but it's not helpful to me if you do. So I will put those together and I will submit those out through an email to the three of you by close of business on Monday. I know we're going into the holiday week. With easy decisions, I usually have them out within 10 business days, 2 weeks' time. Going into the holiday week, I do have at least 2 days where I'm not working next week. And I really would like to break my bad habit of working on, well, I mean, evenings and weekends are another story, but I have actual vacation time that I have to take or lose before the 31st of this month, and I'd really like to not be working on those days. So I will get my questions out to you. I really don't feel like cracking the whip on the three of you for getting your oral closings in, within X amount of days, given that it's Christmas next week, it's New Year's the week after. So what we do need to do is figure out what date works for all of you after getting my focus areas, my questions on Monday. What's a reasonable date to have your written closings in by? And then once I have that, not that I won't be working on this prior to that, in this fashion or that fashion, but my writing in earnest begins once I have those closing arguments. Does that make sense? So, and I would like to put the page limit again on the post-hearing briefs. 20, like I did on the pre-hearing brief, seems reasonable to me. Does anyone want to try to persuade me otherwise? Mr. Hinman?
20 sounds reasonable to me.
20 or 20 works. You can certainly go less if you want. I like pithy when it's able to be pithed. I've made a new verb. Mr. Victor, 20 all right with you?
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Karpman?
50.
50?
No. Yeah, no. 20 is fine.
All right, 50 minus 30 it is.
51, I should say.
I know you like that number. That's become apparent during the course of the last 2 days. When do we think is a reasonable time to have those submitted? And honestly, whatever works for you guys is fine with me. Let's go in order of presentation again. Mr. Hinman, what do you think in terms of getting that post-hearing brief in? I'm going to pull up my calendar here.
I am out of town on a pre-planned vacation next week. It sounds like we'll be getting those questions from you on the 23rd.
Yes.
If I could then have how is 3 weeks from today, the 10th?
3 weeks from today, which is really kind of 2 weeks from today, accounting for your vacation and the holiday week and all of that. I'm okay with that, Mr. Karpman.
That's fine.
Did you say 3 weeks today or 3 weeks from getting my focus question thingies?
I said from today, which would be January 10th.
January 10th. Okay. Mr. Karpman, you all right with that?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Victor?
Yes, January 10th.
Okay. All right. January 10th it is. Let me just throw that on my calendar. All right. And as has been done to this point, electronic submittal of those, that's the perfect way to do it. You might want to make sure that you get a confirmation receipt from my office staff when that comes in that it's there. And gosh, I think that's all we have at this point then to sew up. Is there anything else that we need to address before we go off the record and conclude, save for the filing of those briefs? Questions, procedural matters?
Will the recordings of the hearing be available?
If you would like them to be, I will try to get them up on the city's website. I know there was another hearing you were involved in, Mr. Karpman, where I had what I've always referred to as the rogue City of Tacoma Hearing Examiner YouTube page, where we put stuff up. And I did that simply because I was not getting any kind of responsiveness from the city. And then they found out about the rogue page and they made me conform. And now on the City of Tacoma's main YouTube page, there is a hearing examiner playlist. I don't have the ability to post them up there. They won't give me that. So I am at the mercy of our media and communications office. They know I want them up there. My guess is it probably will not be up until Monday. I will try to get them up by Monday, but again, it's not within my power because I don't have the ability to post them like I did at the Rogue site because that was all mine. But is that good enough?
Certainly. Yeah, I also will be on vacation next week. So
okay.
Right. Yeah, no rush.
Okay. Anything else? Questions, procedural matters, etc., miscellaneous. Okay, it looks like nothing else. So at the close of it all then, I will thank you for your presentations. I will get you my additional questions on the legal issues. This is kind of going back to the briefing of the motion issues and everything that's carried through to this point. And then we'll look forward to those briefs being filed on the 10th. And I will get a decision to you as quickly thereafter as I can. So it looks like we're concluded then, and I wish you a good evening. We'll be off the record.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too.
You as well.